Athletic Administrators Association, or FIAAA. The association's past president says Tally was not only an easy choice, but also the obvious choice. One thing that makes her stand apart is the professional development plan she's put in place for athletic directors to earn their CAA, or Certified Athletic Administrator certification. She's also implemented a coaching certification program which ensures our coaches are up to speed on sports bylaws, rules, as well as CPR and first aid training. This program is so well regarded that school districts around the state and the country ask how they can implement it themselves. But there's more. She was key in the implementation of Project 17, a program that's placed certified athletic trainers in each of our high schools. She works to ensure scholarship opportunities for student athletes. She helped secure over 2,000 pairs of sneakers for students this school year. She created and organized a middle school championship for 25 middle schools in 13 sports. She is a leader in several athletic associations, organizations, and charities, and as you can guess, the list definitely goes on. In a nomination letter for this award, Family and Community Engagement Executive Director Tia Leathers says this: Mrs. Tally is a downright wonderful person. She takes the time to say thank you, encourages her team to do the same, and showers her secretary with support and appreciation in every term. These are things she doesn't have to do and would never be found in any job description, but she does them out of the goodness of her heart. And tonight, Dr. Green also presents Tally with a Superintendent's Coin of Excellence in light of this honor. Joining Tally this evening are Mrs. Leathers, High School Region Superintendent Scott Schneider, and Supervisor of District Athletic Training, Jerry Stevens. Please join us, Please join us in congratulating Tammy Tally, winner of the Dr. Clarence Noe Outstanding Athletic Administrator Award. This concludes this evening's presentations.
Thank you so much, Ms. Pierre. Moving on to approval of the June 1st, 2021 agenda. That the Duval County School Board approve the June 1st, 2021 agenda as submitted on May 25th, 2021 with the following changes. Board member travel, item amended. Human Resource Services, Labor Relations, settlement with AFSCME, Florida Council 79, item amended. Chief of Staff, school renaming Joseph Finnegan Elementary School, item amended. Chief of Staff, school renaming Stonewall Jackson Elementary School, item amended. Chief of Staff, school renaming Jeb Stewart Middle School, item amended. Chief of Staff, school renaming Jefferson Davis Middle School, item amended. Chief of Staff, school renaming Kirby Smith Middle School, item amended. Chief of Staff, school renaming Robert E. Lee High School, item amended. Chief of Staff, school renaming Jean Ribaud Middle School, item amended. Chief of Staff, school renaming Andrew Jackson High School, item amended. Chief of Staff, school renaming Jean Ribaud High School, item amended. I ask for a motion.
So moved. Second.
Moved by Board Member Coker, seconded by Board Member Jones. Any discussion? I just want to let the folks in the audience know that these items had a small language change in the introduction of the item for each renaming. There is no substantive change to the recommendations from the superintendent that we'll discuss this evening. If there's no further discussion, I call for your vote. By your action, you have approved the agenda for this evening, 7-0. Moving on to the chair report. I will be brief this evening. What I'd like to just do is kind of tell us how we got to this point. We know that the big business for tonight is school renaming. So I'm going to just briefly go through how we got to this point. Policy 8.59 governs the process of renaming a school. And these are the different pieces of the policy. So you can see here that what happens is we initiate a school renaming process. in this case by a member of the school board who brought forward a recommendation to initiate the process, but the superintendent or a school entity like the SAC, PTA, students, alumni, or community members may also bring forward a request to initiate the renaming process. The school board then votes on that request, whether to accept the written request and refer to the superintendent for further review. In this case, the school board did accept both the recommendation from board member Jones and former board member Ashley Smith Juarez to move forward with the renaming process for all 9 schools being considered this evening unanimously. Once we turn that process over to the superintendent, then she works with the school communities and engaging these SAC committees at each of the schools, the PTA, the students, the alumni, and community members in the process to provide input to her so that she can make her recommendation. The superintendent has made a recommendation to the school board, and we will be discussing those recommendations this evening. Each item has been pulled for discussion off the consent agenda, so you'll hear any and all comments made about each of the items, and a separate vote will be taken for each item. During that discussion and process, the board will vote on the superintendent's recommendation. We have the freedom to accept, reject, or request another name be considered or proposed for consideration. Oops. I lost my PowerPoint. Thank you. In the superintendent's process, this is a little bit of an overview. It was a SAC-led process, so the School Advisory Council were the ones that were charged with hosting these community meetings. Some schools had 3, the high schools had 5. The school name change process was communicated through a variety of media and dedicated web page, as well as a banner for accessing that dedicated web page through our homepage. Lots of district social media and emails, phone calls, all went out to all of the community stakeholders. Each process typically occurs and the SAC decides what happens at their school for their stakeholder community, but this was such a strange process, having 9 schools happening all at once, that the district worked together to try to coordinate those schools. We were really grateful to the SACs and to the principals for being able to standardize that across the board. The supervisor of elections office was engaged to assist the facilitation of the voting process among alumni, community, faculty, PTA members, as well as the students. And they supported us through ballot development, ballot security and custody, polling procedures and setup, poll location security, ballot scoring and tabulation, as well as a canvassing board that went through and validated each of the ballots that we received. You can see here the schools that had 5 community meetings, both Andrew Jackson High School and Robert E. Lee High School. The rest of the schools had 3 community meetings. There were a variety of participants in those school meetings, with the highest being at Robert E. Lee with 454 speaker cards over those 5 meetings, followed by Jackson with 103 speaker cards. And then you can see the total number of votes cast from each of those stakeholder groups for each of the schools that we'll be discussing tonight. Of course, by and large, Robert E. Lee High School, with more than 6,500 votes, had the largest turnout. I wanted to go over this process to kind of get you up to speed with how we got here tonight, but also to let you know that we have had a lot of feedback. We've had a lot of feedback from our public meetings. We've had a lot of feedback from our community meetings. We've had a lot of feedback via email and phone calls. And we're grateful. We appreciate the feedback that we get from our constituents and the stakeholders in the Duval County community. So thank you for that process. I'm excited to be here tonight and hoping to get this process wrapped up for you all, and to having robust conversation with my board members so that we can put a bow on this item. That is it for my chair report this evening. We will go ahead and turn to the superintendent. Do you have comments you'd like to make, Superintendent Green?
Yes, Madam Chairman. First, I'd like to congratulate our students. June 3rd is the last day of school. We definitely started this school year with an immense challenge trying to educate over 130,000 students through a pandemic. And I couldn't be prouder of a school district than I am of Duval County Public Schools. An incredible team, starting with the board, from the boardroom to the classroom and everything in between. Everyone stepped up and made a decision that, failure was not an option. It definitely was a rough year. There were peaks and there were valleys, and there were times that I think many people wanted to say enough is enough, but everyone just maybe vented to someone and got over it and got back into ensuring that we could educate our students and continue to move our district forward. So I want to say thank you. Thank you to our teachers, our staff members, our school-based administrators, our maintenance department, food service, bus drivers. It took all of us. It took all 13,000 employees to bring this together to ensure that the 2020-21 school year was a successful school year. And on June 3rd, I think we can truly say we made it and we did it, and we did it through the toughest of times. We had teachers teaching in brick and mortar, teachers teaching remotely, and some teachers doing both, brick and mortar and remote learning. And so I know it was definitely a challenge for our families, but I'm very proud of the Duval County School Board and the Duval County school system for stepping up and ensuring that we could get here, and we got here not just surviving, but students are at a point where we might not be totally back and thriving, but they're at a good place. And I know that we're at a good place because summer school is going to start in a couple of weeks, and we've already had over 8,000 students sign up to attend summer school. As the chairwoman stated, tonight we will be addressing the school renaming for 9 schools. This took an incredible amount of personnel and patience and time to go through this renaming process. And I want to thank the team that began the process, moved through the process, and worked with the supervisor of elections, which we want to give a huge thank you to Mike Hogan and his team for working with us as we went through 9 school renamings and the balloting for those 9 schools. You saw on the slide that there was a good amount of data, good amount of feedback, that whether it was through a community meeting or individuals participating in the balloting process. But tonight I do want to talk about another set of data that may not have made its way through this whole renaming process. And that data refers to one of our other high schools that went through a renaming. It was Nathan B. Forrest, and it went through a renaming the year of 2014, and that name was changed to Westside High School. And a number of individuals probably don't know about Westside High School. And so tonight, I felt like I wanted to share some of that information because our high schools are the bedrock of our school district. Today, I attended a graduation, and that is the whole purpose of our existence, is to ensure that our students, when they walk across that stage, that their high school diploma means something, that their high school diploma is a gateway into whether that's post-secondary, the military, or into the world of work. And today, I saw that in action. Today, I actually saw students that I know someone in this made a decision that ensured that they could walk across that stage. The things we do make a difference. And so what I want to share is that when Westside High School changed its name in 2014, people may have thought that the school changed, that things went down for that high school. Prior to Westside changing its name, the average graduation rate and we can only go back 12 years because every so often the way we calculate graduation rate changes. And in the year of 2008, we transitioned to the national graduation rate for the state of Florida. The average graduation rate was 62%. 62%. Not uncommon. We had, West Side was not unique. But when West Side changed its name in 2014 to present day, the average graduation rate for West Side High School is a whopping 90%. 90%. Now, I don't say that to say changing the name of Nathan B. Forrest to West Side High School is what made that graduation rate jump almost 30%. I say it because it really, the reason it is 90%, it's about the people. There are people who are sitting on this board, there are people who are in cabinet, there are people who are watching on television who did something to impact that school. They made a difference for the students of West Side. So the students, whether when it was called Nathan B. Forrest or when it was called West Side, somebody had to make an impact on those children to ensure that they would graduate. And the same impact will continue irregardless of the decision that is made here tonight. Whether that decision is to change those names based on my recommendation, and for those schools that I'm recommending to keep the name, if those pass tonight, it will not stop someone from making a difference in the lives of those students. I'd like to think that every decision I make is about ensuring that I can face myself in the mirror knowing that I've done everything for the students of Duval County Public Schools. Each day that we come here to this place to work, each day that administrators and teachers go to their workplace, their place of work, whatever the name of that school is, their job is to move beyond that and ensure that we offer our students a high quality education. So one of the high schools, Lee High School, I'll use the same data. Prior to 2014, the average graduation rate for Lee High School was 52%. Since 2014, the average graduation rate is 85.6% for Lee High School. Continuing to make an impact. This is a very tough decision that this board was brave enough to initiate. It's a very tough process that the team that works for Duval County Public Schools was brave enough to encounter and meet every challenge and overcome it. The recommendation, one could say, is brave, but it really isn't. Because anytime I'm doing something for children, it's all about making a difference for them. And so there's a poem written by, I believe her name is Lori Elsie, and she talks about this little girl being out on the beach and that there were thousands of starfish that had come up on the beach because of a storm. And this lady was walking and seeing this little girl picking up something and throwing it in the ocean, and when she got closer, she saw she was picking up a starfish and throwing it in the ocean. And so she asked the little girl, "Why are you doing this? There are thousands of starfish. You're not going to make a difference." And so the little girl thought about it. She picked up a starfish and threw it in the ocean. And she said, it made a difference to that one. Tonight, what we do, the goal is that it's going to make a difference for whether it's one of our students or thousands of our students. Because Duval County Public Schools, we are going to get beyond this, and we are going to ensure that from the boardroom to the classroom, that every day counts for our students. It's about every day, every student. And what we do here tonight will continue to be about the students. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Green. We are now on to the public comments portion of our meeting. The school board welcomes your comments on matters that are before the board for consideration. It is not the board's intent to respond this evening, but to use the input in our deliberations. To give everyone appropriate respect and courtesy, we ask the audience to refrain from audible comments or applause. Board Policy 2.26 does allow that an organization can designate a spokesperson to speak for your group. If you'd like to designate a spokesperson to speak for your group this evening, please state your name and the organization that you represent. The end of those comments will have anyone representing that organization stand to show your support. But I will continue to ask that no one make any audible comments or applause. When you come to the microphone, please state your name for the record. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes. When the green light in front of me starts blinking, you'll have a minute remaining. When the light turns yellow, you will have 30 seconds remaining. When it turns red and the buzzer sounds, your time will be up. If your concerns exceed that time, you may present written comments to the board. Board Policy 2.26 provides for an orderly and efficient meeting without disruption by words or actions. You are asked to refrain from references to specific individuals and to follow expectations for civil discourse. Any speaker or audience member that does not comply with these expectations will be subject to warning and removal from the meeting. In an effort to mitigate against the spread of COVID-19, we have placed hand sanitizer and disinfectant wipes at the podium. We ask that each speaker wipe down the microphone and podium before they address the board. Please remember that speaker cards were only accepted until 6:20 p.m. Thank you for taking the time to address the board. Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have 60 speaker cards tonight. We'll start with Martha Pumphrey, followed by Cindy Jorgensen.
Sorry, is that the other room?
State your name for the record.
Martha Pumphrey. I'm a Robert E. Lee graduate. I guess we're all glad to see this come to an end. It's been a long, tiring process, but I thank every single one of you for walking through this process. I'm going to be short and sweet. I'm not going to take up a lot of your time. I just want to talk about the money or lack of money being raised for these name changes. I am not in favor of another half-cent tax, and I believe there was a promise that there was not going to be a half-cent tax. So I'm really concerned about where you're going to get the money to change the name of these schools. I don't see any proof of increased academic performance. As a matter of fact, Westside High School ranks worse than 78.3% of all high schools in Florida. It also ranks 22nd among 29 ranked high schools in Duval County. I don't believe that a name change is going to increase performance or anything else from a school. I was appalled at the voting process where children as young as third grade or maybe even younger got to vote. Children's brains are not developed enough to really know. All they did was speak the voice of their parents. And I'm embarrassed of the way that was performed. But anyway, I told you I'd keep it short and sweet. That's all I've got to say. Thank you again.
Thank you, Ms. Pumphrey. Next, we'll have Cindy Jorgensen, followed by Bobby O'Connor.
My name is Cindy Jorgensen, and I am with Northside Coalition of Jacksonville. First, as a retired educator, I want to congratulate you on those increased graduation rates. I know the last few years of my career, that's all we were hammered with was graduation rates, so I really feel your joy with that. Today we said the Pledge of Allegiance, and we said it to that flag. My grandparents were immigrants. They came over in 1915. They strived to become Americans, and they proudly became American citizens. My father fought in World War II for that flag. And it really bothers me that my grandsons could be going to a school, Robert E. Lee, that is honoring a person who fought to take that flag down in this part of the country. I think that me feeling as a patriot, I do not want my grandchildren to be emulating or being put in a position where a person is emulated who fought to take down that flag. I also want to say, as far as the money that's required. Right now, I'm telling you, I will pledge $400 to the fund to replace uniforms, and I'm sure there will be many people like me. Thank you. Please change the names.
Thank you, Ms. Jorgensen. Next, we'll have Bobby O'Connor, followed by Catherine Von Nostrand.
My name is Bobby O'Connor. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I am grateful that the community voters and Superintendent Green's recommendations have brought to us tonight the clear need to rename the 6 schools that honor the Confederacy. What these votes and recommendations did not do is account for the effect that the colonization of this country had on indigenous people. Both Jean Ribaud and Andrew Jackson were colonizers. They were involved in an action of settling among and establishing control over the indigenous people of this country. They did it in different ways and in different centuries, and it had the same effect. Early colonizers brought changes to virtually every aspect of the land and its people, from trade and hunting to welfare and personal property. European goods, ideas, and diseases shaped the changing continent. They effectively changed the social systems of living for indigenous people. Andrew Jackson's presidency is perhaps best remembered for his cruelty to Native Americans. His Indian Removal Act resulted in the forced displacement of nearly 50,000 Native Americans and opened up millions of acres of their ancestral land to white settlement. He and some other Americans thought that these tribes were uncivilized. But let's not forget, they also wanted to have the great farming land that tribes like the Cherokees had. They thought that having this land would support their economy. In other words, these 2 men, Jean Ribaud and Andrew Jackson, came and took over. The needs of the people who live there be damned. There are some who might say, well, there are few Native American students who were affected by our schools being named for these 2 men. Let's just move on. I say to you, if it's just 1 student, that one is enough to change the names. And if it's none at this point in time, I don't know, it's still past time to change all the names. It's the right thing to do. Let's continue to close the circle of racism in our city by considering all people of color and how we as white people have come in, taken over their land, taken over their personhood, enslaved them, sold them to benefit us and our needs, mostly economic. It's past time to do the right thing. Please vote to change all the names. Our students are depending on you. We need to be done with this matter. Our city is depending on you. Please vote to change all the names so that our city can become what we want it to be, one where all students are worthy of consideration. Please change all the names. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. O'Connor. Next, we'll have Catherine Von Nostrand, followed by Norman Abraham.
Good evening. Thank you for letting me speak. Buckle up. I've got a really exciting list. I'm really proud of this list. I'm so excited. I asked to read it to you. So these names are community groups that are in support of changing all the names. Ready? Here we go. Take them down. Jax, Florida Rising, Yellow House, This Isn't Us, 904 word, Jacksonville Coalition for Equality, Duval Dems, Jacksonville Now, First Coast ACLU, Live Church, Jacksonville Progressive Coalition, Jacksonville Community Action Committee, Jewels of the Future, Southern Poverty Law Center, yeah. Chamber of Commerce, Nate Monroe, Florida Times Union editor, NAACP, hello, Jasmine, Rainbow Push Coalition, Dolores Barr Weaver Policy Center, Ezel Law Firm, Bobby G. O'Connor and Associates, Community Loaves, Rain Dogs, Vagabond Coffee, Southern Roots, Alewife, Brew Coffee, Black Baptist Ministers Conference, Democratic Black Caucus, Black Lives Matter Jax, Center for Urban Education and Policy at UNF, Duval County Council of PTA, Florida State Council of PTA, Petit Cadu, that's me. UNF student for a Democratic Society. I mean, is there anyone left? Right? This is pretty exciting. Hello. So all of these people support the change of all the names, because then Jacksonville will be, kind of the shining star that people want to come here to work and employ other people. And let's get it done. It's time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Von Ostrand. Next, we'll have Norman Abraham, followed by Melanie Love.
My name is Norman Abraham, class of 1959, Robert E. Lee High School. The so-called process to change school names was rigged, and don't tell me it wasn't. You know it, and I know it, and the taxpayers know it. As parents, teachers, mentors, what example are you sending to our students? Please tell me how this board could support and justify spending even $1, but millions of dollars on changing the names of these schools. Repeatedly telling the public that it will be less than $1 million for multiple schools is something you cannot back up with proof. Now, the superintendent recommendation is that only one of these targeted high schools be changed. Why only one? And why is this one a particular one? Is it because only $20,000 was raised to date? The same school board district that failed to demonstrate responsible stewardship up to now by properly maintaining our schools, then asked for $2 billion through a half-a-cent sales tax referendum, which was passed. How do you think it looks to the taxpayers that you're even thinking about spending money that is not going towards the school's maintenance or classrooms? Why are television stations, newspapers, chamber boards telling us that our city will not grow if you keep these Confederate school names, and they still exist? They are pushing an agenda, using emotions instead of facts. Absolutely no proof has been provided that a school name change creates a better student. Name changes or not, our city will continue to prosper as record numbers of people continue to infiltrate our city and state. It's a fact that the final bill, just for the community meetings, expenses and voting process will be close to $100,000. Who is going to pay for that bill? More pie-in-the-sky donations? When will it stop? It will stop on the final vote of the board tonight, when it's 4 board members with a conscious vote sits down and gets on with the real business of this district. I plead with you, do not spend another day on this cancel culture issue that you spent too much of your time and taxpayers' money on. Do your job and give this country the best education for our children.
Thank you, Mr. Abraham. Thank you, Mr. Abraham. Next, we'll have Melanie Love, followed by Melissa Bernhardt.
Hello, Melanie Love, Lee High School, class of 1979. Don't mistake the hardworking taxpayers of this city as naive or gullible. This may be Florida, but rest assured we know a snow job when we see one. The Oxford Dictionary defines snow job as a systematic deception, a deceptive story that tries to hide the truth. This has not been a process. This has been silly putty. School Board Policy Section 859 was stretched and twisted and redefined over time at the pleasure of the superintendent to achieve her desired result. A few key questions linger. Why was the established process allowed to be manipulated in ways that benefited the superintendent's desired result? Why were non-stakeholders permitted to speak, curse, name call, and encourage unrest, while at the community meetings, when the meetings were for the express purpose of stakeholder input? Why were up to tens of thousands of non-local alumni excluded from the voting process when the policy manual's name change process made no such exclusion? Who decided to exclude them, and when and why? Why was no provision made for digital or mail-in voting well ahead of the launch of voting? Why were young children permitted to cast votes in this process, and how was each of these minor children verified as a stakeholder? Why was this decision made by the superintendent spontaneously, after the voting had already started, and without discussion and concurrence by the full board? And why was the county supervisor of elections not privy to this extraordinary departure from common sense? Where is all the overwhelming community buy-in that was going to enable the changes without use of taxpayer dollars? Donations to date total about 1% of the needed amount. Less than a year ago, the then school board chairman said there were businesses and organizations willing to cover the costs on behalf of the board. Where are they? Show us the money. If Lee's students are so oppressed by their school's name, why did only 400 of 1,600 students even bother to vote? The other 75% either didn't care or they want the name to remain the same. In May 2019, the superintendent assured Ribault senior and middle school families that the names of their schools would not be changed. Isn't it interesting that those two schools are two of only 3 schools the superintendent has not recommended for changes? As school board members, you are entrusted with billions of dollars by this city's taxpayers, at whose pleasure you serve. You must vote according to the will of the people who voted you into those chairs up there. Your vote on these name changes will be a key factor in whether you will reoccupy that chair you're sitting in now or any other elected chair in Duval County. How you vote tonight will forever define you in the eyes of the tax-paying electorate, the heart and soul of this great city. This may be Florida, but we know a snow job when we see one.
Thank you, Ms. Love. Next, we'll have Melissa Bernhardt, followed by Deborah Harris.
My name is Melissa Bernhardt, and I'm a proud mother of 4 children born and raised in Jacksonville. I have 4 points to make. Number 1, prayer was banned in school assemblies in 1962 and 63, and this led to the banning of the Holy Bible. There are almost 3 million students registered in the Florida public schools, and there are 80,000 inmates in Florida prisons. Why are Bibles available for all of our prison inmates but banned in public school? We need prayer. Prayer brings hope. We must allow hope back into our schools. Prayer, regardless of religious affiliation, is the mind focusing on hope. When prayer was removed, unknowingly, hope was removed. It left our children unnurtured and deprived of our guidance. Let the children have hope again and bring prayer back to our schools. Number 2, I am so proud that our school superintendent has announced students will no longer be required to wear masks on campus. I'm here to say, let's keep it that way. Elementary students should not be strongly encouraged next year to wear masks because they are not vaccinated. The science says they do not need masks or vaccines. I will be actively watching and engaging in this topic. Let our children see our smiles, and let's see their smiles. Number 2, vaccines do not belong in schools at any time. Parents are responsible for shot records and health forms. They are capable of making decisions about vaccines. The COVID-19 vaccine has been authorized by the FDA as an emergency vaccine. The Florida Health Department can and will assist residents and their families with locations and even free rides to go get the vaccine if they choose so. Schools should never be a part of medical decisions or distribution. Number 4, I'll start by saying in San Francisco in January, it was decided to change the names of 44 schools, including George Washington and Abraham Lincoln. In April, they suspended that changing of the names. They said it was a distraction and costly, and the focus is now on reopening schools. They are now dealing with litigation. I am proud they put the kids first. Could you imagine generations to come not knowing who George Washington was? Or what about Abraham Lincoln? Did you know that 2 famous Jacksonville men wrote a song for Abraham Lincoln's birthday? Lift Every Voice and Sing. It's known as the Black American Anthem. They wrote a song to honor him. That is part of Jacksonville's history, and we must not erase it. Changing the name of any building due to historical truth is cancel culture. Removing history, good or bad, is a terrible path for generations to come. On April 19, 1865, General Robert E. Lee surrendered to Ulysses S. Grant in Virginia. This was the beginning of the end of the 4-year-long American Civil War. 16 months later, Andrew Johnson declared it official that it was
Thank you, Ms.
over.
Bernhardt.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Deborah Harris, followed by Meredith Johnson.
Hello, my name is Deborah Harris. Myself, my husband, my 4 sister-in-laws, and my daughter are all graduates of Robert E. Lee High School, and we are 100% opposed to this name change. I have attended all 5 of the community meetings and the 3 SAC meetings for this proposed name change. At the community meetings, I listened as I was called an old white man, a racist, a white supremacist, told I will be dead soon, so what difference does it make what the school name is? Had the middle finger raised at me and was booed at my own remarks. This whole voting process, correction, that's not a vote, it was a poll, and very poorly and unfairly handled at that. Every hardship was placed on the voters. Proof of residence, proof of alum status, proof of digging out name change for marriages and divorce decrees, tracking down yearbooks and transcripts, and the biggest hardship and most unfair of all, in-person voting, which disenfranchised thousands of Lee alumni, simply because they live out of town, out of state, or maybe had a health issue that prohibited in-person voting. Yet, we can do mail-in voting for a president of the United States. Why were 3rd graders allowed to vote? They have no vested interest in this process, and most likely will never even attend this high school. Yet they were able to cast a ballot. What idiotic sense does that make? All it did was garner an extra vote for their parents as they prompted their child on how to vote. When this whole process started, it was 9 schools. Now, for whatever reason, you all, or someone, has removed 3 of these names. Is it because of their demographics? I wonder. The school sales tax, which was rammed down the taxpayers' throats because you didn't have funds to repair schools. I ask you, where did that money go? What happened to it? Who was overseeing that money? And why were people paid for doing jobs they obviously did not do if our schools are in such dilapidated conditions? Yet, you all of a sudden have found $825,000 to cover the names of school change names. All makes no sense whatsoever. Private donations have only been raised of $10,000 from, and the rest will not be coming from the school's district beverage contract, which leaves the taxpayers holding the bag for the remainder of this $825,000. Which don't kid us. We know it's going to roll into the millions, and you know it as well as we do. There's absolutely no proof that changing the name of a school increases graduation rates, decreases truancy, involves parents any better, or change test scores. So why are we doing it? People claim they were discriminated against because they feel oppressed by the name of the school. To them, I say, Duval County offers a magnet program. If you don't like the name of the school, don't apply to that magnet program. There are plenty of other programs in school with a name that should be appeasing to you. I ask the board members to put your personal feelings and thoughts aside on this process. Be brave. Stand up and say no. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. Next, we'll have Meredith Johnson, followed by Leela Williams.
It's nice to see some wonderful, familiar faces up there. I'm Meredith Johnson, and I own a home in Riverside in the Robert E. Lee School District. And I'm here today because I hear a lot of talk about like ancestry, and this is our ancestry. Only a couple years ago, I actually kind of came out and said, yeah, my great-great-great-grandfather fought and died for the South at Gettysburg, and I don't consider him an American. I just don't. Once you succeed from our nation, you are no longer an American. And why should we have schools named after non-Americans and also dishonorable people? If we're going to rename schools, probably the easiest thing to do is to stick with like Riverside and stuff like that. But if not, they should be named after really, well-known, well-respected, honorable American heroes. not the people that we're seeing in the city. Another point I want to make is both of my parents attended a Robert E. Lee High School, one in Stanton, Virginia, and one in Alabama. Neither of those school names still exist. From my research that I did, the minimum I could find that used to exist was about 31 was the max I found, Robert E. Lee High Schools that used to exist in this country. There is now three, and Jacksonville is one of those three. Both my parents' school names have been changed, and they went to separate schools. So I think that's important to remember. Do we want to be one of the last three? This is where we're at right now. So, and I feel strongly that I don't want my kids to go to a school of someone who believed that people should be enslaved. I mean, that is not equality. That just isn't equality. That's not a message that should be sent to any child. So I just really strongly support changing all the names. I really hope that you will really consider, this, and I'm sure you all have been considering this for a long time. But thank you for listening to us all tonight. Thank you for doing your jobs, and thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Next, we'll have Lila Williams, followed by Joy Washington.
Hi, my name is Lila Williams, and I've been coming to these meetings for months, speaking and explaining why these names need to be changed. I've talked about how people like Robert E. Lee really were. I've talked about how this affects black students, and I've talked about how the other side's arguments are selfish, and I really don't know what's more to say. Now there have been people outside waving Confederate flags to keep the names. It makes me feel like we're crazy to not have already changed these names long ago. They shouldn't have even been there in the first place. So please change the names. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Next, we'll have Joy Washington, followed by Avery Black.
Hello, my name is Joy Trinity Washington. I am 16 years old and a member of a newly established youth activist group called This Isn't Us, who's used to give our new generation a voice from a variety of issues like racism, women's rights, LGBTQ issues, climate change, and many more. Over the past weeks, I have been coming to Jacksonville to attend the meetings based on the name changing of Robert E. Lee High School, along with other This Isn't Us members. Thinking about the many meetings that we have attended has shown me not only the commitment of our new generation youth that has stood on to fight for what we believe in, but also how much hatred we have suffered. Recapping on when I came to my first meeting in support of the name changing of Robert E. Lee High School, I remember doing a speech to show that I support this cause and what we are fighting for, that I supported it because I know what it feels like to be a black girl living in a whitewashed nation we call America and to get the scraps of everything. In a meeting we had, in every meeting we had talked about different issues that we needed to be addressed, like the racist white supremacists this school was named after, from Miss Amy Donofrio and her suspension and supporting our black lives when everyone is cowards to do so, to us having meetings in front of the school, school board members. We have not only spoke our truths, but feeling hopeful that speaking out and telling everyone how we feel will be a start to a better future. We have also entered meeting after meeting and listened to the opinions of the opposed team and heard them state opinions instead of facts, while having no empathy of how we feel about the situation with us being children and students of Robert E. Lee, while they become more aggressive and straightforward. Knowing that today is voting day for the name changing of Robert E. Lee High School, I hope that we all see how changing the name of the school that continues the legacy of white supremacists will help this community go effectively for our youth. As I hope that standing up here today, that something good will come out of me speaking out and wanting to make a difference. I hope that today this will show every individual that our youth and our voice matters. We know what is best for us and our academic and emotional needs. I hate that we still suffer from racism, but as we decide on the name changing today, I ask that you use knowledge, history, and our left out youth instead of lead by emotion. If this is not enough to change the name of a high school, then I don't know what is. Stop playing games, change the name. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Washington. Next, we'll have Avery Black, followed by Hugh Blanton.
Hello, my name is Avery Black, speaking on behalf of Changing the Names. With us standing here and speaking towards the school and the school board, this has helped tremendously, even if all you did was hold a sign. This is not over, this is just one step closer to equality for all and to let everyone know how loved and supported they are. So I ask everyone, what does this name mean? What does this name mean to you? What does this name mean to others? This may just be a name to you, but to others it is far more than that. This name holds shame that should not be here anymore. As for other people's reasoning for keeping this name is the price. But why? Why is it coming down to price over pain? Stop playing games, change the names. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Ms. Black. Next, we'll have Hugh Blanton, followed by Pat Gear.
Good evening, school board members, superintendent. I'm Hugh Blanton. There's no reason to change the names of these schools. There's not one shred of evidence that changing the names of these schools will improve any aspect of any of these schools. What there is evidence of is that changing these names will be unnecessarily costly and unnecessarily divisive. We've seen that. Divisive to the students, divisive to the communities, and unnecessarily costly to the community and to the students. Over these months, I have heard, and I know the school board members have heard people vocally, loudly, saying they want the school names changed, simply because they don't like them, not showing any evidence that changing the names will improve the schools. The students in these schools and the education of these students is clearly your number one priority. You've expressed that. You've shown that. I've heard that tonight. I've been hearing at these meetings, and I've seen that. You know your duty. You know what needs to be done. These schools, all the schools, were named, many of them, for men who had a strong sense of integrity, sense of purpose, a sense of honor, and a sense of sacrifice. We've just been through a Memorial Day where we've honored men and women who gave everything they had, who sacrificed. What better lesson can these students have than the lessons of people who sacrificed everything at Concord and Lexington, people who fought on both sides of the war between the states, people who fought at Iwo Jima, people who fought at Normandy and died and sacrificed everything. These are legacies our students need to know and need to have the benefit of. President Eisenhower, Dwight Eisenhower, fought evil, and he said of Robert E. Lee in particular that a nation of people of Lee's caliber would be unconquerable in spirit and soul, to the degree that present-day American youth would strive to emulate his rare qualities. A nation like this would be unconquerable. I would ask you to take the high road, to do your duty, which I believe you will do. Don't change the school names. Recognize that the important thing, as Dr. Green said, is the student. Regardless of these names, remember the students are the most important aspect of our education system here in Duval County. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blanton. Next, we'll have Pat Gear, followed by Debbie Tribble.
Good evening, everyone. Chairman Anderson, thank you for having us, school board members, Dr. Green. I wanted to have a sort of a change of pace, kind of like Mr. Blanton said, but we enjoyed Memorial Day yesterday. And when you look at Memorial Day, it started in 1868, I believe. And it started in a place known as Arlington Cemetery. And it started in a mansion that belonged to Robert E. Lee. And the purpose of that whole exercise was to bring the two sides together and get past the war between the states. So I thought it was fitting to say that because I hope the students today understand what Memorial Day is about. It's about those folks that served, lost their lives while serving to preserve our country as we know it. Not as we want to change it, but as we know it and the way that it was built by our founding fathers. So that was one of the messages I wanted to share. The other is, I find it kind of interesting about the voting or the, whatever you want to call it, but the voting process. And especially the young kids voting. I did a public records request from the Supervisor of Elections office, and I was curious, because I remember I voted the first week, others voted the second week. And we noticed that the first week we didn't have, younger folks voting, but the second week we did. And from the request, it indicated that Mr. Hogan wasn't aware of this until the second week. So I thought that was kind of strange, why that would change midstream, I guess. The other thing, we were outside a little while ago, and we appreciate how it was set up outside. So we had the groups were separated and we could each have our own space. But what I found interesting is that the rules kind of changed about the outside space while we were in progress of trying to set up, where you could park. You couldn't have a tent. Well, I wasn't aware of that, but we abide by it. But the rules change. And when I talked to the officers about it, it was the same thing that I've heard from some of you, that the rules kind of evolved over time. And it seems like with something this serious, that you would want the rules to be in place from the beginning, follow the rules, and everyone know what the rules were. So with that, I'm Pat Gear, a graduate of Robert E. Lee, 1967. My desire is to not change any of the names. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gear. Next, we'll have Debbie Tribble, followed by Joe Ross Sr.
Good evening. I'm Debbie Tribble. I'm a proud member of the Northside Coalition of Jacksonville, the organization that spearheaded this change the names. Change is replacing something of the same kind with something newer or better. Now, there are some facts about change. One, it's constant. Two, without change, we cannot progress. And three, it is inevitable. So there is only one question I'd like to ask you. Are you going to be part of the change, or are you going to remain the same? Stop playing games. Change the name.
Thank you, Ms. Tribble. Next, we'll have Joe Ross Sr., followed by Mario DeCunto.
I am Joe Ross Sr. I'm a proud member of the Northside Coalition. I took a personal interest in this, but I need you to know that all of the organizations that were mentioned got your back. Don't bow for a minute. Don't think that the people of our county got your back. The city of Jacksonville and all communities of Duval County can be extremely proud of its schools, districts, leadership. To our school district board and superintendent, who have exhibited extraordinary courage and moral fortitude. The question of the school system's integrity was that question. How can you support diversity? How can you support support inclusion and have schools named after traitors of our country. We're talking about the Confederacy. We're talking about white supremacists. How can you have a school, one, named after individuals that cast that image, and then turn around and say, our schools are diverse. Our schools are committed to inclusion. But on the other hand, we've got schools that's named after white supremacists. I, as an individual, and not the Northside Coalition right now, commend you. Just bringing this issue up and putting it before the population and allowing them to vote. The Daughters of the Confederacy didn't do that. They just named the school without a vote. That's the problem. Democracy is in peril. We are fighting for the soul of our county, the soul of our school. Let's represent. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Change your name. Stop playing games. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ross. Next, we'll have Mario DeCunto, followed by Rob Lawrence.
Thank you all for having us here today. I know it must be very difficult to have to hear so many of us come and speak to y'all, but I do appreciate your patience. I just want to say I've worked in the schools, many of the schools that are named here today as a licensed mental health counselor. I've worked with the children there, and many of them may not know what it means, you know, to be going to school named after a certain person, and they may not say, well, I don't really care. But it does matter. It matters to us. It matters to our community. And, you know, we have so few spaces to celebrate people, so few places that people can look to recognize something that's important. And I think we should use those spaces to emulate those people that have worked hard to give children an example of unity, of education, of science, of so many names that we could use to emulate these wonderful characteristics. Not that the men that they're named after today weren't special. I do believe that these men were very special, and they fought against something that they believed strongly in. But sometimes believing something in strongly, even though it's strong and you believe in it, you have a lot of, you know, strength and intelligence, doesn't mean that it's always for the best of the entire community. And so we can't set aside those things. Now, looking beyond things that are, you know, well for our mental health, and even if it's all just boils down to just what's best, even if it's just for a few kids, it does matter. But then there's the other side, right? There's a side of the business people of Jacksonville, the people that really hold a lot of power in Jacksonville. You know, the Jacksonville Chamber of Commerce. These are people who understand how things really function in the world. And the world is moving forward, like the young lady said earlier, from 31 schools to 3. And to know that Jacksonville is one of those last 3, it did give me a kind of a feeling in my stomach that I think we're bigger than that, I think we're better than that, I think we move better. But thank you again for your time, thank you again for listening, and I appreciate your patience with us all today.
Thank you, Mr. DeCunto. Next, we'll have Rob Lawrence, followed by Denise Olstein.
Good evening. Rob Lawrence, Robert E. Lee, class of 1980. Thank you for the opportunity to speak again tonight.
I want to be brief. I know y'all want to get home early, and I'm going to try to help. Just have a couple of points. First point is, if y'all vote to change the name tonight, y'all are committed to doing that. You're committed to paying for it. Nobody else is. Jacksonville Public Education Fund, they're not committed to anything. Nobody is, but you. And like they did last time, they're going to leave a vapor trail, leaving town and going to their next little battle. So keep that in mind. Last year, each of y'all made campaign promises to not spend any of the half-cent sales tax proceeds for any name changes. I can't help but to think you made that promise for a reason, because you know your constituents don't want name changes. And I don't know how you're going to pay for it without dipping into that fund, and I don't think anybody else can explain that either. So keep that in mind as well. I was going to talk about the vote, but I think that's been beat to death. How anybody could allow children to vote in this is beyond reason. It seems like that decision was made unilaterally, was made in secret. Nobody was told. Nobody except for Northside Coalition. Everybody else was kept in the dark about that, giving one side an unfair advantage. Because if I had known, I'd have brought busloads of kids in myself, just to be honest. So I think you'll have a lot on your plate tonight. Integrity, credibility. Those seats you hold are going to be passed on to somebody else, and it'd be a shame for them not to have any credibility stepping into y'all's seats. Thanks a lot. Have a good night, and good luck.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. Next, we'll have Denise Osteen, followed by Bruce Holly.
Hi, my name is Denise Osteen. I'm from the class of 1975. I'm a proud general, and I'm proud I graduated from Robert E. Lee. I wouldn't take that back for anything. I was proud to walk across that auditorium at the Coliseum that I still call the Jacksonville Coliseum, and I held my head up proud, and my parents held their head up proud. And right now I'm really nervous, so hang in there with me. First off, let me tell you, thank you. I appreciate your time and patience, especially with me. I feel like June 1st could be the beginning of something similar to Pearl Harbor. I don't want us as alumni to be the ones blindsided. I have lost a lot of sleep over this, but it has been truly worth it, and I have stuck it out with a positive attitude, and I would do it all over again. You know the history, you know the man. The cost, if you do this, you know that too. Use the funds for more constructive reasons, updating all the schools, the plumbing, the electrical needs, the gym floors. I was embarrassed when I walked into Robert E. Lee and saw the condition of Robert E. Lee's gym floor. It was hurt. I was hurt. There was a sign of that said Robert E. Lee Generals pushed over to the side, held together with duct tape. How embarrassing. That was like tearing me apart. That somebody just pushes something like that over to the side. The gym floors need maintenance. The football field needs maintenance. The pool needs maintenance materials and the classrooms. And let's not forget the kids. This is important for the students. I'm bringing a guest with me tonight, and he will be up here to speak momentarily. Now let's get down to what made us our opinions a joke. Children were being permitted to vote, and their parents were standing there telling them how to vote. I stood right there and listened to it. And some of these kids weren't even potty trained. They were 3-year-olds, not third graders. Children it was ridiculous. On the last day of voting, I stood on the corner of Highway 17 and McDuff, and I took, let's see, hold on, have patience with me. On the last day of voting, I stood on the corner of Highway 17 and McDuff, and I took a lot of verbal abuse. I was called names. I was even threatened in the parking lot by a big man who called
Thank
me
you,
a
Ms.
racist,
Osteen.
but I survived because I am who I am.
Thank you.
And I believe with all my heart
Thank you, Ms.
I'm doing the
Osteen.
right thing.
Ms. Osteen, your time is up. Please have a seat. Thank you. We appreciate you being here.
Next, we'll have Bruce Hawley, followed by Wendy Collins.
Good evening, my name is Bruce Hawley. I've heard a lot tonight about the one student, whether it's one student or hundreds. Well, I'm the one student here, I guess, because I go to Robert E. Lee High School. I'm a junior, and I'm a black student at Robert E. Lee High School, and I feel like my race needs to be addressed with this because the fact that I have the right to attend a school that once kept someone like me out serves as an accomplishment for our community. I've seen a lot, and I know you're going to hear more of it, about Robert E. Lee was good or whether Robert E. Lee was bad or what kind of man he was, but I don't want to focus on, I want to focus on the school. Because the Robert E. Lee High School, not the man, but high school, has had a greater legacy. I ask that you not judge the school for the transgressions of a historical figure long since passed, but recognize that since the doors opened in 1927, the students that walk through the halls have built it up to something beyond that. Our school has a proud, long-standing traditions and our own history that have no bearing on the current students' achievements, experiences, and the triumphs of all who has attended and graduated there. So many successful students have come from Lee High, and every year the amount of scholarships grows, as is probably displayed outside the school. A name change shouldn't take place, because changing it wouldn't be an insult against a man who has long since passed, but an insult to many of those who have lived, loved, and learned under the moniker of Lee High School. The story is that if you go into a store and you say, they ask you what high school you went to, you say you went to Lee. They're not ashamed to say that I went to Lee. They're proud because we are generals. It's not the man, but what the school has done. Our achievements outweigh it. I want to build the memories and fondness my family associates under it, because as a growing up, I lived close enough to the school that I can recall hearing the drum line and my mother saying that no one has anything on Lee High's van. It's a legend. I recall people discussing schools they attended and the excitement that changed when they heard that we went to Lee, because they did too. I want my diploma to resemble that of my mother's 5 aunts and grandmother, and states that I'm a graduate of Lee High. And I see it that we're all so focused on the man, but I want to preserve not the history. It's not the history of the man that I'm trying to preserve, but the history of our school, the history of what we have done, the thousands, the hundreds and thousands of dollars that were put into when the school was set on fire, when the school caught fire. We were paid to fix Robert E. Lee High School. That's people invested in the school. That's how much they care about this school, because it's legendary. Hundreds and thousands of students have passed through that school. And I feel, in my opinion, that the impact that Lee High has had on hundreds of thousands of students is more important than the actions of one man, because we have made it greater. I ask that I graduate. All I want to do is graduate as a Lee High general, and even into my future, I want to be able to say that I'm still a general, because once a general, always a general. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hawley. Next, we'll have Wendy Collins, followed by Wells Todd. Is Wendy Collins coming from outside, maybe? Okay. Next, we'll have Wells Todd, followed by Ted Corley.
Good evening, and thank you for holding this meeting. There are a number of words that I haven't heard so far tonight. Respect, apology, humiliation. For 100 years after the Civil War, this country was thrown into a darkness for African Americans. There was a long period of lynchings. Reconstruction was destroyed. And all of these things were supported by these people who these schools are named after. By now, we all know that the United Daughters of the Confederacy were responsible for the names of most of these schools, if not all of them. They controlled what history of the South was allowed in the history books in the South. Their job was to push the lost cause propaganda that continues to be taught in our public schools today. Anything that did not show the Confederacy in a positive light was not allowed into the textbooks. Millions of people went through their school years believing in the racist propaganda that is the lost cause. Now it is your job to correct that wrong. Now it is your job to speak truth to power with your vote. Be on the right side of history and vote to change the names in question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Todd. Next, we'll have Ted Corley, followed by Lynn Corley.
Hello, my name is Ted Corley. In times of unrest and struggle, it's common for people to turn to the misuse of facts to support their own agenda. It's easy to do because today people don't check the facts. People have been saying that Rabeau is guilty of killing and marginalizing the Timucua Indians, yet firsthand accounts, not stories, not fables, but firsthand accounts clearly indicate that Rabeau's time on the land indicated he was a man of honor and a man of integrity. Not once in American history, in written history, is he accused of being anything but respectful and fair in his treatment of the Timucua Indians. Rabeau was here only 2.5 days in 1562. He returned in 1565. He was here a few days, and there is no record of his having any contact with the Timucua Indians. In 1562, he was welcomed by the natives on both the north and the south banks of the river. In 1562, when he left this land, he wrote these words in his journal: "Replenishing the ship's supplies was no problem. The Indians of the North Shore soon became competitive with the different tribes on the south bank to see which could outdo the other in hospitality. They plied us with fresh fish, oysters, crab, lobsters, beans, meal cakes, and fresh water. Changing the name of the school is your decision. I recognize that. Jean Rabeau was a man of renown in the 16th century, a world-renowned navigator, warrior, sea captain, and leader of men. In the American Heritage magazine in October of 1963, these are the words used to describe Jean Rabeau. He was a man of deeds rather than words. His only existing writings are contained in a short report of his first trip to the New World. But wherever he went, whatever he did, he moved men and caused things to happen. Now, I believe the most important thing for the students of Jean Rabeau High School and Jean Rabeau Middle School is to hear that. Whatever they do, whatever they are, whenever they do it, they cause things to happen. They are moved by the character of the man that they are named after. Pedro Menendez, the man who killed Jean Rabeau, said this about him: the King of France could do more with him with 50,000 ducats than others with 500,000. He is a man,
Thank you,
and
Mr.
his
Corley.
name should be honored.
Thank you, Mr. Corley. Next, we'll have Lynn Corley, followed by Dan Merkin.
My husband's mask. I'm Lynn Corley, and I'm asking you what's in a name. When somebody says your name, you think they know who you are. Well, no one here had the pleasure of knowing Jean Rabeau. But it seems that many people are saying his name, many incorrectly pronouncing it lately, but they bothered to learn who the man was. This man met with the native chieftains in our area, Satchariva, Athor, and Alamakani. We know that because he wrote their names, and he wrote how he honored them. He was here a mere 2 or 3 days. He couldn't kill or marginalize in 2 or 3 days. Rabeau's name on schools or a ferry or monument, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't make him who he was. He was a mighty, important man. But this offers the city the opportunity to remember a most noble history that began with this man on May 1st, 1562. Lately, Rabeau seems to have had a stolen identity. I believe we have given the credentials of Pedro Menendez to Jean Rabeau. Menendez followed Rabeau across the Atlantic with the aim of eradicating this land of the heretics. That would be the Protestants. Menendez did indeed kill the men, women, and children of Le Caroline. He slaughtered the men along with Rabeau at Matanzas. After that, he cut off Rabeau's head. Then he brought what I believe the first African slaves and unloaded them at the village of Saloy. He renamed it St. Augustine. Then, over the many years he was here and his predecessors, they enslaved and slaughtered the Timucua, the Guali, and the Apalachee. He brought the Inquisition to our land. His name does not appear on any concern of indigenous people or enslaved Africans. But St. Augustine should hear and remember that the name Matanzas represents Jean Rabeau, for it was at Matanzas, place of slaughter, that Menendez slaughtered the French Huguenots and Jean Rabeau and removed his head. When I hear the name Jean Rabeau, my ears perk up. I feel that I do know him because for 2 decades I have been entrenched and enhanced by this untold story, this hidden story of this worthy man. Let his true story live, the story of freedom and our nation, the story given to Jacksonville, Florida, is our heritage. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Corley. Next, we'll have Dan Merkin, followed by Christine Hatfield.
Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to address you. I just wanted to speak in favor of changing the names of the schools. I live in one of the areas that feeds into Lee High School, and I think it's time to change the name. Additionally, I'm a member of the Jacksonville Coalition for Equality. We worked for many years on LGBT issues in Jacksonville, and we believe as a coalition that this is the right thing and it's the right time to change the names. We're less interested in the 4 years the Civil War occurred, and we're interested in the 4 years that young people attend high schools right now. And I think changing the names sends a message of inclusion and diversity and allows people to know that they're going to school that will have a name soon that values them for who they are, as opposed to a name that symbolizes oppression. Especially these Confederately named schools for persons that literally fought a war to, engage in slavery. It's just appalling that we still have these names on our schools, and it's time for them to be changed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Merkin. Next, we'll have Christine Hatfield, followed by Joanne Brooks.
Hi, my name is Christine Hatfield. I'm a proud member of Northside Coalition Jacks. And I'd like to thank the board for allowing all of us to speak, and I appreciate how difficult all of this has been for you. As usual, I write down things that I want to say, and sitting here listening, everything changes. But we cannot go backwards from the decision to finally remove these names. On our public schools, this is a false history that we have indulged as a nation long enough. We've indulged them. That's the truth of it. And the only way to stop this is with truth. The history is not being erased because the names are coming off the buildings. That's what the books are for. And if you want to teach your children those other things, then that's fine. But the fact that, you know, we're sitting here and today is like the 100th anniversary of the destruction of an entire town in Tulsa, Oklahoma. I didn't even know, I knew that part of it, but that was not, that was the first airborne attack in this country. It was not 9/11. It was not Pearl Harbor. It was Tulsa, Oklahoma, where they dropped gasoline-soaked incendiaries on the city of Greenburgh and destroyed an entire community. The atrocities of the Klan, like I don't understand what you're holding on to. And if you want to do that, that's fine. And I'm quite sure plenty of my tax dollars have gone to things that I don't particularly care for or want or agree with. But at the end of the day, it's what's in the best interest of the children. And as an adult, you know, the school I graduated from, I'm happy. That's my school. Those are my memories. It's disgusting to me to sit here and listen to people talk about children that are in elementary school and high school, and they have no concern for their future, for how they feel about their school. These people had the chance to be proud of where they went. Now we need to give that to somebody else. It's just kind of, it's enough. I feel like our very existence in this country, with all the issues we have right now, does depend on truth. We have to shine a light on that. That's the only thing that's going to stop this evil. And the truth on our full collective, painful, joyous, difficult history. Somebody mentioned that it was Memorial Day recently, the other day. There were black men and women who have fought for this country. Where's their history? Where are the buildings named after them? The men that fought in the war, the Civil War, the Revolutionary War, the Second World War first. What have we done to them? Look what we've done. I hope you stick to it. I know that this is hard, but we have to get on you're always going to have people that are upset and angry, but get on the right path, the path for truth, and let's just lead. I appreciate your time, and I thank you for everything you guys have done, and I really hope you do change the names.
Thank you, Ms. Hatfield. Next, we'll have Joanne Brooks, followed by Terry Neal.
Good evening to all. I just wanted to say one thing. Lift every voice and sing is often referred to as the Black National Anthem in the United States. It's a hymn that was written as a poem by two brothers, James Weldon Johnson and his brother John Rosemont Johnson. To the board, Dr. Green, I am a proud member of the Northside Coalition, a substitute teacher, and an absolutely concerned tax-paying citizen. This is a new time and a new season. I am certain that the Duval County Public School Board is ready to position our school system to move forward and denounce the evil that hovers over Jacksonville, Florida, through Confederate names that glorify oppression and the suppression of human beings. Why should our young people endure the negative images of the Confederacy and slavery? The price has already been paid. We are simply asking that you vote to rename all of our public schools, especially those that we're concerned about today, with positive names. This is a new time and a new season, which calls for public school names that foster diversity, pride, and equality. We need the school names changed to occur as soon as possible to create positive educational environments in the best interest of all people, all students, Black, white, Native American, Hispanic, Asian Americans, Pacific Islanders, basically the inclusion of all students. Human dignity and self-esteem should be our goal. We need to strive for educational excellence with the students as our top priority. In conclusion, the writer of the Constitution of the United States of America has it right in the preamble, which states, "We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, peacefulness, provide the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, the next generation. Do ordain or bless and establish this Constitution of the United States of America." The reason we want to change the names of the school is quite simple. We want to move forward in unity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Brooks. Next, we'll have Terry Neal, followed by Reginald Blunt.
Good evening. My name is Terry Neal. Much has been said about the cost of erasing the names of white supremacists from our schools. Opponents criticize this direction as wasteful. However, it is time we as a nation learned the high cost of institutionalized racism. Any money that must be spent now is not a waste, but an investment. It is a worthy investment to correct injustice. It is a worthy investment to enhance the education of all our children, especially those who have been targeted by these blatant representations of intimidation and hate. On the other hand, it is always a waste to adopt bigotry, racism, and white supremacy in particular, because the moral arc will continue to bend towards justice. This is why the lost cause will continue to lose. For generations, our tax dollars have been spent to elevate the supremacist myth both on and in our schools, instead of equally teaching the history of contributions of African Americans and other people of color. I might add that these unjust tactics were enacted while prayer was legally allowed in public schools, so clearly an examination of conscience is needed. As a lifelong resident of Duval County, I, for one, do not appreciate my tax dollars being wasted for inequity. The sheets are off. There is no more hiding. There is no more room for denial. We know what these white supremacists stood for and why they were given such prominence in our school system. Old prejudices must yield to a new day. As the great poet Maya Angelou said, "When you know better, you do better." Now that we know better, we call on the school board to finalize these name changes so we can all do better. Thank you and good evening.
Thank you, Ms. Neal. Next, we'll have Reginald Blunt, followed by Tom McGuire.
Thank you, School Board, for allowing me to speak. I come here as not a stakeholder of any of the schools that are being named, but as a stakeholder in the city of Jacksonville and for 130,000 plus students, and 6 of them which I have raised. Since the beginning of this debate, I've heard a lot of stakeholders on both sides mention different statements. And I'll say a couple of them. I didn't write this, I just read it. Robert E. Lee was a slaveholder who raped girls and supported slavery. An older man about my age said, "I was so depressed passing the school, I almost passed out, and I wanted to go another way." Andrew Jackson was a harsh racist who owned nearly 150 slaves, which I think that was a fact. This entire debate, I don't believe, originated with the children of the school. I think it originated with adults who had an agenda, okay? I am concerned about the young people and the endless debate and protest. I want them to have an end state in everything that they do. There were 9 schools that were named. And if I have my facts right, 3 of them were possibly left off the list. Ribault Middle School, Ribault High School, and Andrew Jackson. The one thing the school board did, I think they had a genuine concern to create a fair process. I believe that. However, I think it's skewed, and I think you have created a greater problem. Here's why. If you don't change all of the names, then leave them all alone. Because what you have done now is if you leave 3 schools out from alleged racist, then what you have done is you have made a way to say that we can vote on putting schools away of racist names, but then these other ones we won't bother. Okay, and there's a problem with that. Here's why. Let's talk about Andrew Jackson. The voters said, no, we don't care what Andrew Jackson did. We want our name to stay the same. Ribault, the black supporters, said, no, you will not change our name. And I'm sure there are a number of alumni from the 70s and the 60s who agreed with that. Same thing with Ribault Middle School. Now, if we leave it like that, you have left another problem. How do we justify, how do we talk to our young people to say, sometimes you can put away one set of racists, but the other ones, so-called racists, we're going to keep? That has caused a problem, in my opinion. I believe the the school board has a tough job, and that job is this. Are you willing to go to the city and say, hey, we want you to increase our funding? Why are you going to increase the funding? Because now we have a set of students who will continue to go to the so-called racist schools if this decision is made. So what are we going to do? We're going to need psychologists. We're going to need other teachers. We're going to need counselors to talk to these children because now they are subject to go to racist schools. Thank you.
Next, we'll have Tom McGuire, followed by Kitty Carson.
Good evening. I'm Tom McGuire, an active member of the community. Ladies and gentlemen of the school board, tonight you have a choice between continuing the inequities of the past or boldly moving forward towards a more just future. Both sides have their advocates, but Wednesday's rally represented the differences between these two groups clearly. On the one hand, you had members of the community advocating on behalf of current and future students in an orderly and civil way, while on the other hand, you had an angry and chaotic group of individuals almost exclusively from surrounding counties with no coherent message. One group advocating for a future inclusive of everyone, the other clinging to a darker, divisive past. If that dichotomy was not enough in itself to sway your vote, then add in the voices of the Dolores Barr Weaver Policy Institute, the Times Union, the Duval and State Councils of PTAs, the Center for Education and Policy at UNF, the Jacksonville Chamber of Commerce, the Florida ACLU, the Jacksonville NAACP, and the Women's March. To name just a few of the many organizations that have endorsed renaming these schools. If that still wasn't enough to convince you to embrace these name changes, then we have the impressive results of the stakeholder voting, where those who actually had a say in the matter handed the Confederacy a resounding defeat once again. In that vote, in a fair and open election, these communities voted to change their Confederate school names by substantial margins. Adding their voices to all the others already mentioned, I believe makes a compelling case for you to tonight vote to change those names. The people have spoken. They want you to change the names. Will you do it? The nation is watching. And as a postscript, let me add that the closeness of the voting at Andrew Jackson, or the name change, represents a virtual tie. And as such, it opens the door for you to use your discretion in this vote. And I urge you to do that. As for the cost of changing the names, you must realize that when the names were originally made, they were made for improper reasons. They were made for intimidation. And as such, they committed you morally to change the names in the future. That is your charge now to redress what was done incorrectly in the past. The cost is irrelevant at that point. And it costs far less than what you've been suggested by some of the people here. And Dolores Barr Weaver has already offered to put up a substantial amount of money towards that. I urge you to change these names. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I look forward to seeing the vote.
Thank you, Mr. McGuire. Next, we'll have Kitty Carson, followed by LaShonda Holloway. Is Kitty Carson? Is Kitty Carson out in overflow? If not, we'll have LaShonda Holloway, followed by April Slade.
Greetings, Madam Superintendent, Chairwoman Anderson. I am LaShonda L.J. Holloway. I am not only a stakeholder in this community, I'm a proud product of the Duval County Public School System. Moreover, I am a resident in District 4, where the Vice Chairman is my representative. I stand here as a member of the Duval County Democratic Black Caucus, a member of National Organization for Women, and as a proud supporter of the students of Robert E. Lee High School, as well as the Northside Coalition of Jacksonville. I believe the children are our future, and I believe in a democracy. The votes have been cast, and the people have spoken. I hope that this board has the courage to follow the will of the people, and that you will do the will of the people. Moreover, there was more than 30 schools with the name of Robert E. Lee High School. However, there are only 3 remaining. I hope that this board will be on the right side of history and remove the name of not only a slave owner who lost the Civil War, but also a racist and a rapist. Please, please, please honor the will of the people and remove the name of Robert E. Lee High School and help Jacksonville, Florida to be not only on the right side of history, but to move forward and change the name. Thank you for your time. Good evening.
Thank you, Ms. Holloway. Next, we'll have April Slade, followed by Ellen Glasser.
Good evening. Hi, my name is April Slade, and on behalf of Jacksonville National Organization of Women, Duval Democratic Black Caucus, and Northside Coalition, it is an honor to speak to you on behalf of all members. Hurtful history should be placed in books and museums, yet not celebrated in a way to uplift those that are still fighting for equality in a nation that they established. As a social studies educator of 18 years and a social activist in many organizations that fight for equality and social justice, it's my mission to push for positive changes in a way that represent the preamble of the U.S. Constitution, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, and support the general welfare. These goals of America were not supported as these men chose to divide the nation on the realm of the outlying goal, which is equality. With that being said, these men should not be honored for their tyrannical behavior. The representation of the public school system and the names of the schools should always be viewed in an upstanding and positive manner. Currently, this is how it is seen to many that look at the school. Joseph Finnegan, Confederate racist. Stonewall Jackson, Confederate racist. Jeb Stuart, Confederate racist. Edmund Kirby Smith, Confederate racist. Jefferson Davis, Confederate racist. John Ribault, colonizer that forced oppression and genocide on indigenous people. Andrew Jackson, displaced Native Americans for personal benefit. Robert E. Lee, leading Confederate racist. It's time for positive changes to be made. Representation matter. Duval County Public Schools represents all people, not just some people. Hurt people, but I know that the threats of the bigots and racists won't stop you, the Duval County School Board. You're going to do what's right for the people. The United States was built on principles of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It's now time to accept positive feedback and change the name. Nothing in history that came out positive was easy, yet very worth it. I'm asking the school board to make history by changing the hurt for history and to be an impact to the many students, faculty, and staff of Duval County. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Slade. Next, we'll have Mayor Ellen Glasser, and then we'll be followed by Callie Tucker.
Mayor Glasser, thank you for joining us this evening from Atlantic Beach.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Superintendent and Madam Chair, members of the board. A lot has been said tonight, so I do want to thank you for all of your efforts over this really challenging year, doing your utmost, and I know this deep in my heart, that you've done everything that you can to keep our children safe, to support our teachers during this difficult time, and to help our children grow in mind and spirit. And I want to thank you so much for that. So I want to thank you for adhering to the established process with the renaming. My comments are limited to General Joseph Finnegan Elementary School, because this is the only school on the list at the beaches, and most people have little idea where it is or who Confederate General Finnegan was. Many of you know me from Atlantic Beach, so I'm going to stick to what I know and who I know. I had to come tonight because I know the local kids, and I know their community, and we're close partners with the neighboring Navy base. I visited the 5th graders today when they had their graduation award ceremony, and I know they're excited for the future. Most of these kids are children of military families. I'm so proud of them and their resiliency. They are all about unity, not division. They know sacrifice. Speaking of Memorial Day, they know what it's like to sacrifice. These kids matter. So I know the issues are complex. We've heard them tonight. We've heard that voters are too young, or the school kids are too young to vote. It costs too much. This is about canceling culture. This is why I think the process is so important. An overwhelming 84% voted for the name change at Finnegan. Yes, the largest voting group was its students. I happen to think that their voices do matter. I think this is one of the amazing things about the process. And they are why we're here. So let's learn from the past to understand how we got here. For the kids of Finnegan, your decision tonight is really less about the name on the wall and more about whether we can find positive common ground as Americans and whether we hear them. So I support the name change. I applaud your service. You have a very difficult job. Thank you so much. I'm very indebted to you and the work that you do.
Thank you, Mayor Glasser. Next, we'll have Callie Tucker, followed by Jennifer Tucker.
I'm too nervous to say everything that I wanted to say, but I'm in 32204, so I'm a stakeholder at Lee. And I had to mention that I heard someone say at one of the rallies we had at the school board that white people were lynched too, as a woman spoke about black lynchings in the South. And I thought, surely this man doesn't think we don't know that white people were lynched. Surely he doesn't think that white people were lynched just for the color of their skin. And surely he doesn't think that we don't know that the majority of people lynched were black people, despite them being the minority of the population. But I realized in that moment that if we can't get these people to admit the racism and hatred behind the lynchings in America, we will never get them to admit the racism and hatred behind the school names and the statues in our city. They don't want to admit it. They are scared to admit it. And I will pass out if I keep talking, so I'm going to go, and thank you for changing the names.
Thank you, Ms. Tucker. Next, we'll have Jennifer Tucker, followed by Jennifer Cowart. Jennifer Tucker? No? We'll have a lot of Jennifers. Jennifer Cowart, followed by Rosemary McCoy.
Thank you, School Board. I'm Dr. Jennifer Cowart. I'm a local internist. I'm a Duval County school parent. I have a second grader and a 4-year-old soon to be in VPK. I just want to say thank you for tackling this very divisive issue. It's been very challenging. I want to say a few things in support of changing the names. I say this as a physician. It is my medical opinion that especially for Black students, that entering a school with a name of the general who fought to keep one's ancestors enslaved, that is perpetuating trauma on a daily basis. We should be trauma informed, and we should try to protect our children from repeated episodes of trauma. So from my medical opinion, I believe we should change the name. From my opinion as a school parent with children in Duval County, I don't want my children going to schools that would have those names. I think it's time to change them. I say also from a heritage perspective, I'm a white Southerner. I'm descended from people on both sides of the Civil War, including some who shamefully fought to keep others enslaved. It's time to put aside that heritage and to fix the shame that we needed to have fixed for all these years. I ask you to please vote in support of changing the names, and I thank you for tackling this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cowart. Next, we'll have Rosemary McCoy, followed by Mazette Thomas. Rosemary McCoy. No phone. Okay, we'll move on to Mazette Thomas, followed by Kimberly Allen. Mazette Thomas. We'll move on to Kimberly Allen, followed by Lisa Lloyd. Kimberly Allen. We'll move on to Lisa Lloyd, followed by Judy Shecklin.
Lisa Lloyd, first I want to honor and acknowledge the fact that you took a year to deliberate and be very thoughtful in this process. The downside of that is it saddens me that it took all that deliberation to get to a point where we couldn't acknowledge the difficult decision. Should not have been a difficult decision. It should have been an easy decision. We have learned so much in the last couple of decades. And I'm 60 years old. I grew up marinated in the lost cause. As a child, I believed all that stuff. I thought rebels and Yankees and all of that stuff. But as a child, I spoke as a child, but as an adult, I turned away from childish things and I became an adult. My training as a journalist, I research, I substantiate, and do a lot of the things you teach the students to do in your schools. At this point, and I can underscore it by saying the cornerstone speech by the Vice President of the Confederacy proved that the Civil War, the intent of the Civil War was to keep slavery, to maintain slavery, to keep human beings in bondage. That is a bottom line. And we know that when these schools were named after Confederate generals, it was at times of civil rights conflict where white superiority was being maintained. And to maintain those names at this point in time in 2021 is shameful. It is shameful. Why would you put a Holocaust descendant in a school named Adolf Hitler High School, home of the fighting Nazis? No, and I'm not being glib, I am being extremely serious. What message are you sending to the people that you spend a lot of time in these seats to be thoughtful and to make good decisions that will affect their future and how they love education or hopefully love education, how can you do that to a black student sitting in a school named after a general who did not want to have his name put on things because he knew it would continue the rancor, yet white people who did not want black people to be treated equally named these schools after Confederate generals for a reason, and that needs to stop now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lloyd. Next, we'll have Judy Shecklin, followed by Ben Frazier.
Good evening. My name is Judy Shecklin, and I want to thank you for allowing me to speak as well as tackling this difficult issue. I know it must be very hard hearing so many different points of view and wanting to please your constituents and the parents of the students in the school. I come to you as a representative of the Jacksonville National Organization for Women, but also as a retired counselor, worked in the school system for 35 years. My son was educated wonderfully in the Duval County school system, and I have a granddaughter who'll be starting in the fall. So I definitely see myself as a stakeholder and someone who has always been involved in the schools and in the community. As a now representative, we're an organization who works for justice and equality. We've done that for the last 50 years, and we have done that here in Jacksonville, worked with many of you as you ran for office and as you also helped to implement important policies in our schools. Tonight, we know you have the opportunity, as you've heard over and over again, to vote to change the names of the schools that were named and led named for leaders in the Confederacy and colonizers who victimized Native Americans. Our community will not benefit from having schools continuing to be named that evoke memories of oppression and enslavement. Let's erase the constant reminder of our racist past. Students should not have to attend schools named for those who fought to continue the enslavement of other human beings. We must not glorify this chapter in our history. We must remember the impact that the history continues to have on Black and brown people. Having schools named for Confederate figures who perpetuated slavery sends a terrible message about the values of our community and of our city. Let's acknowledge that names do matter. Our diversity as a community makes us stronger. It enriches the quality of who we are as a city. Please vote to change the names. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shecklin. Next, we'll have Ben Frazier, followed by Sieber Newsom.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Ben Frazier, the founder president of Northside Coalition. I wanted to kind of loosen up a little bit because you guys are kind of tight in here, but I think the speaker after me will also give you some comic relief as well. The school superintendent, Florida School Superintendent of the Year, has made a recommendation. I hope you have her back. She reminds me of the old story about the little red hen. You remember the little red hen, right? Who will help me do what? Who will help me bake the bread? Her recommendation is asking just that. I think that once you make the right decision, there will be a number of individuals and organizations who will come forward to help us pay for this, who will help us bake the bread. I think you should stop playing games and move quickly to change the names. It should be with all deliberate speed to honor the majority vote to remove these names. I think Andrew Jackson's name should be added to this as well. You know, throughout this struggle, the Northside Coalition has obviously been here spearheading this battle. We made clear our stand against the white supremacists and the distorted messages given by Confederate monuments, names, and symbols. These images obviously were created to perpetuate slavery, but also to represent an ominous sign of white resistance to racial equality. Public schools named to honor Confederates and white supremacists are an insult not just to black people, not just to black students, but to all parents, teachers, and students and citizens of this city. Can you think of anything any more repugnant as we sit here at the dawn of the 21st century than somebody waving Confederate flags on public property and singing the song Dixie? Can you think of anything more appalling? Is that the image that Jacksonville gives forth? I say no. I say that we have a golden opportunity right now to move Jacksonville forward in the area of racial relations, conflict resolution, racial reckoning, racial reconciliation. This is bigger than just the name of schools. You have a tremendous weight. This is a heavy lift for us all. It's time for us to move into the bright sunshine of a brand new day. Time for healing in this city. Time for us to become a thriving commercial metropolis, an international city. I say change
Thank you,
the
Mr.
names.
Frazier. Thank you, Mr. Frazier. Next, we'll have Sieber Newsom, followed by Etta Ettingler.
Hello, my name is Sieber Newsom III. First, I got a comment on that comment. Healing. Talk about divisiveness. Mr. Frazier and the Northside Coalition, that's all they are about is divisiveness. And I heard a doctor say you ought to send the children to trauma, to doctors, because of going through a school named after Robert E. Lee. What about their own last name? Do they realize where their own last name came from? This is incredible. This is just crazy. Let me read now what I wrote. Ladies on the board, I am sorry that you've been put in this situation by the superintendent. The people of Jacksonville should be the ones making this unnecessary decision. In 2013, Nikolai Vitti changed the name of Forest High School. It cost $517,500. Here is the email, the proof in the pudding, as I say. If anything, he would have lied and given a lesser number. That is $593,000 in today's money. So the numbers that Mr. Green is giving, they're wrong, totally wrong. And here, a public records request this last week, only $10,000 has been raised to change the names. $10,000. Nikolai Vitti stayed less than 5 years as superintendent. He was gone. The same thing will happen to Miss Green. She will leave for greener pastures. But all of you are going to remain in this area. Perhaps you will seek another political office like other school board members have. Who knows? But I do know this, the people of Jacksonville are against the name of changing names. As this poll showed, 78% on TV said leave the names, do not change it. And you will see these people in public and they will remember how you voted. When you have third graders who are 8, 9 years old voting for a school name change, the process is flawed and it would not pass in court, where this could end up costing even more money. Once again, I'm sorry that you've been put on your shoulders. Please do the right thing for all concerned and say no to the name changes. Put it on the ballot for all Jacksonville to vote on, just like you did a half-cent sales tax. You know, people voted for that, but they didn't know the money would be going to change school names, or I bet it would have never passed. So please do the honorable thing and say no to this waste of taxpayer dollars. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Newsom. Next, we'll have Etta Ellinger, followed by Dr. Simone Gold.
My name is Etta Etlinger, and I'm with the Jacksonville Progressive Coalition and Take 'em Down Jacks. The first project of the Jacksonville Progressive Coalition was the changing of Nathan Bedford Forrest's name. He was the first Grand Wizard of the Ku Klux Klan. We initiated that struggle, and we led that struggle, and we're very proud of it. I was raised here in Jacksonville, and I'm a product of the Jacksonville schools. And the textbooks that I had were the textbooks that the members of the school board, which were mostly at the time in the 50s and 60s, the United Daughters of the Confederacy, were the influences of the textbooks that we had. And I find it very unlikely that anybody, even from another city, really learned about the Trail of Tears, which I did not learn about in school. So I think it's worth me mentioning a few things about that today. At the beginning of the 1830s, there were 125,000 Native Americans that lived on millions of acres in Georgia, Tennessee, Alabama, North Carolina, and Florida, land that their ancestors had occupied and cultivated for generations. But by the end of the decade, there were very few natives remaining anywhere in the southeastern United States. The federal government forced them to leave their homelands and walk hundreds of miles to a specially designated Indian territory across the Mississippi River. And that journey was called the Trail of Tears. Over 3,500 of the 15,000 Native Americans that were marched in a death march died. There were 4,000 Cherokee, 3,000 Creek Seminole, 3,500 Chickasaw, 2,500 Choctaw, 6,000 Ponca, and untold numbers of black people who lived among Native Americans who also died on the Trail of Tears. We don't know those numbers. They did this march with very little food because the federal government did not provide the food, and they died of starvation, of freezing to death, and so on. Why did this occur? Andrew Jackson, both as a military leader and as a president, pursued a policy of removing Indian tribes from their ancestral lands, and the purpose of that was to make room for settlers who wanted to create plantations and use enslaved people to create wealth. Andrew Jackson was an advocate of what he called the Indian removal. He ignored treaty rights that were by law enacted. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Edlinger. Next, we'll have Dr. Simone Gold, followed by Leanne Gustavus. Dr. Simone Gold. Leanne Gustavus. Patty Price. And Patty Price will be followed by Blake Harper.
First, I would like to take a moment to thank the board members who took the time to go to the community meetings. Your presence and your dedication to this process has been much appreciated. I would like to point out just a few ironies to this process. According to Mr. Fagan, there's a waiting list to get into Robert E. Lee Senior High School. We've been told for almost a year now that it's all about the students. It's interesting to note and impossible to ignore that in a school with more than 1,600 students, only 508 students voted. That's 31%. That means the remaining 69% either don't want the name changed or they just don't care. It's also my understanding that Mike Hogan, Supervisor of Elections, learned midway through the voting process that stakeholders included third graders and above. If this was a decision not made unilaterally by Dr. Green, why was that information not conveyed on the school name tracker? The rules changed midweek, and when I questioned when I was there voting, I was told by the man that checked me in,
Mrs. Price, we received no training and the rules have changed daily. At which point I raised my hands and said, imagine that. In a process we've been dealing with since June of last year, and we're still writing the rules after week 1 of the voting. It was just unbelievable. One of the names it's a slap in the face to the hundreds of alumni who were banned from the vote by living outside of the city. If the Supervisor of Elections office was able to handle the vote, they also told us that they would have been able to do absentee voting or surveys, but they were not asked. Riverside is one of the most popular names outside of Robert E. Lee. Did you know that Riverside was also a plantation that owned over 50 slaves? We haven't heard that in our history lessons tonight. Finally, if one student does not want the name changed, then we should do what the students want and not change the names. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Price. Next, we'll have Blake Harper, followed by Hope McMath.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Blake Harper. I'm a stakeholder because I live in the city of Jacksonville, and my concern is about what we're doing with the students here in Jacksonville and what they're going to turn out to be. Where are we now, and what does accountability look like? So I've basically categorized the three categories why people don't want the name change. First of all, they have a personal attachment. They attended school there. Second, they have a historical association. Either they are part of the Southern heritage, or they appreciate and want to protect the Southern heritage. Finally, at least from my standpoint, I'm interested in protecting all of U.S. history. If I tried to track all the lies and distortions of what's been presented by the people who want to change the names here tonight, I don't think we'd have it at the time. Okay. Advocates push for racial division, confrontation, canceling out the healing that has come from focusing on character, not on skin color. They forget what the communists and social dictators did to destroy the history of their countries and replace it with their own lies. George Orwell described exactly this attempt that's going on right now to destroy our nation's history happening now in a book he published 72 years ago on June 8th. 1949. That book was 1984. That's exactly what you're dealing with. George Orwell talked about that 72 years ago. So what are the tactics of the advocates? First of all, confusion. The community doesn't know the rules. You've heard all that. Lies. False, fraudulent voting system provision and suppression of our entire historical narrative. I'm a history teacher. Like I said, I could spend an hour at least going over what their twisted statements are. Mismanagement. The board has been kept in dark about the voting system, the facts of the entire situation. The superintendent's bad acts. Failure to disclose relevant details of process, abusing the essential relationship that's between you and her from the standpoint of you writing policy and her enacting it. She's supposed to be an objective person enacting your policy, but it's very clear from the outcome of this, it's far from that, even from the standpoint of politicking at the beginning of this meeting. How everything was put together, she's had her thumb on the scale all along. And that's a fact. So here's the bottom line, folks. Jacksonville is not responding. Throw out this nonsense about these votes. Jacksonville is not responding because they haven't come to the table to provide the money to make the name change. $20,000 versus at least $4 million. I don't care what anybody says. Seaver Newsom clearly stated, and I have the memo right here from Nikolai Vitti. Statement of record, $500,000+ for one school, and they can't come up with $20,400 at this point. Folks, you got to do what's right.
Thank you, Mr. Harper.
You're going to be held accountable.
Thank you, Mr. Harper. Next, we'll have Hope McMath, followed by Joseph Robinson.
Good evening, y'all. I want to do a couple of quick things. I first want to make a land acknowledgement and acknowledge the fact that we are all gathered today in a part of the world that once belonged to the Timucua and the Creek. The reason we have to do such land acknowledgements is because those people no longer exist. They no longer exist because of colonization. People like Jean Ribaud, Andrew Jackson, and others that pushed them from the land, brought disease, and created an impossible situation for them to be here with their own autonomy. I also want to do an acknowledgement in which I call out into this space the names of George Floyd, Ahmaud Arbery, and Breonna Taylor, because I remember the moment in June in which School Board Member Jones called for these names to be considered again. This has been a time of intense racial reckoning, and this is a piece of it. I also want to call out words of gratitude to the coalition that has been formed, beautifully led by groups like Take 'Em Down, JAX, the Northside Coalition, and so many others that you've already heard mentioned. It's a coalition that actually represents the beauty and diversity of the community in which we live and the students who are in our schools. We have heard so much about the history lesson, and it's remarkable how often facts can get skewed. But this is ultimately an issue that is about dignity. It is about respect. It is about truth. It is about love. It is about a radical brand of love, the kind of radical love that Martin Luther King Jr. spoke of. Love that is in action, love that requires all of us to stand into those most uncomfortable spaces. And those of us who have not carried the same pain as others, that it is important that we step into that fray and we stand in full and total authentic solidarity with others. And so because of all of those acknowledgments and because of all the things that have brought us all here after a very long road, I ask that all 9 names change of these schools, because they will change. Whether they change tonight with your vote, or 2 years from now, or 5 years from now, or 9 years from now, they are going to change because they're changing all across this country. And wouldn't it be nice if Jacksonville, because of your brilliant leadership, could be on the right side of history? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McMath. Next, we'll have Joseph Robinson, followed by Gail Bostick-Williams.
Hello, my name is Jolie Robinson, and I'm here for changing the name. I heard a lot of comments about what we should not do, putting money ahead of actual reality. Monies we have. We have over 1 million people in this city. That's $1 per person. So why are we worrying about that part? We pay taxes, use our money tax for what it's designed for. Why glorify anyone treasonous, hateful, for any reason? I spent many years in the military, and never have I ever seen that we would leave, I would say, win a war and turn around and name everything after the people who lost the war. Makes no sense. So the bottom line is change the name, get rid of hate, evilness. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. Next, we'll have Gail Bostick-Williams, followed by Deanna Burton.
Good evening, and thank you for having me. Also from Lee High School too. My brothers were there. My 15-year-old nephew that died at Lee High School back in 2002, Anthony Hilton. We were given a call that morning telling us that something happened to him at the school. And we were also lied to that they said he died at the hospital when he actually collapsed and died on the football field. And I believe Coach Glass had something to do with that. But after that, I did not want my children to go through go to Lee anymore. We're all from Lackawanna area, so we all went there. And I did not want my son to go there. My son went there, and I advised him not to play sports because they would let you die and then lie to us. Okay, on. I know this is a hard thing to do, and this is not an easily won battle about this, but the truth of the matter is I don't like that school anymore because we lost a real talented young man. He was saved, and I was always saved. He was not like any of the little hood little boys. This boy, this young man, he really did volunteer his time with Habit Jacks. He drove and helped with the school, with the kids in his church and stuff like. He was a very, very good young man, very good. I just don't like dealing with. I don't want to drive past. I don't want to even hear the name half of the time. So yes, I would love for Lee to just go away. I don't even want to hear the name anymore. But a lot of people who are sitting here just fighting against this, they're not going to admit it, but they're racist. They don't care about how we feel. They have not walked in our shoes not one day, so they don't know how we feel about history or about now or the future. They don't care. It's all they want is for everything to stay the way they want it to stay here in Jacksonville. They want Jacksonville to be all white. But we matter too. Nobody never said that white people never matter. We're saying right now in history, we're having it really, really hard with seeing our own people killed in front of our faces and hardly nothing being done about it. This is difficult for us. So yes, we deserve to have our kids go to a school that's not part of racism. Their leader is not part of racism. That's all I have to say. Thank you so very much for hearing me.
Thank you, Ms. Bostick-Williams. Next, we'll have Deanna Burton, followed by Raymond Johnson.
Sorry, y'all. I'm a little nervous. Greetings. My name is Deanna Burton. For the past few months, I have attended community, school board, and SAC meetings. At the community meetings, I spoke as the senior class president. At the SAC meetings, I spoke as the only SAC member and a triple stakeholder. And now at this school board meeting, in my cap, medallion, and cords, I speak to you all as a recent graduate of Robert E. Lee High School. And I hope the class of 2021 is the last. I graduated on the day of the superintendent's recommendation to change the name of my school. At the ceremony, I gave the welcome and was able to personally congratulate my fellow classmates on all we have overcome this school year, from combating hate and bigotry on viral social media videos to having our voices and opinions disregarded by the very people who are supposed to be for the students, to realizing we, the students, are not a direct priority in this politicized school district. My class has been through a lot, and a lot of tears, emotion, and exhaustion went into the push for the name change while operating within the confines of COVID. Do not let all this be for nothing. As for the baseless claims of preserving history and school pride, please do not let these remarks get in the way of making positive change. We preserve history by creating a diverse curriculum and teaching history honestly. We amplify school pride by going beyond the name change and continuing to provide resources, thus creating tangible results for students. And I'm not here to call any names, but we right our wrongs by acknowledging that history often rhymes, so we cannot turn a blind eye to the atrocities of the past. It's been a long day and an even longer process, so make the appropriate changes across the board so we can all go home. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Burton. Next, we'll have Raymond Johnson, followed by Suzanne Holt.
Good evening. My name is Raymond Johnson, founder and president of Grassroots Campaign Management and Biblical Concepts Ministries. First, I'd like to quickly say I appreciate the new policy dropping the mask mandates, and I also expect this board would not consider any kind of vaccine requirements for students or staff. To do so would be unconstitutional. On to the issue of the night. Forgive me for looking down. I've made some notes here, so I'll remember what to say. I appreciate the opportunity to address the board. But for this issue tonight, I'm opposed to the name change, and I do not know a single person that supports a name change. Personally, my family, friends, church members, nobody. This is not a local issue. This is rather a national Marxist communist propaganda issue, an agenda to change history in order to remake it. Those leading the local effort, namely Mr. Ben Frazier and the Northside Coalition and et cetera, other groups that's been named here tonight, are Soros and Obama-funded paid agitators pushing this propaganda. We, the people, are watching and here to hold this board accountable to ensure your vote is not aiding and abetting anti-American communist warfare that you're entertaining. And by the way, the superintendent incorrectly presented the situation to facts about this, why we are here. The prior board, not this board, was responsible for this mess. This is their fault, and you are free to fix this problem. Please vote no on any name change, and thank you again for your time. God bless you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Next, we'll have Suzanne Holt, followed by Stacy Weber. Suzanne Holt. We'll have Stacy Weber, followed by Martha Fuller. Stacy Weber. For that, we have Martha Fuller. Martha, is there a Martha? All right. We have Linda Fletcher.
Do we have any additional people in holding areas, or is everyone in the auditorium?
I think you said they're all inside. Linda Fletcher, followed by Lisa Farrell. Lisa Farrell. Lisa Farrell, no. And then Jess Flanger Masters, last name Masters. So Fletcher, Farrell, or Masters are not in. All right, that completes our speaker cards. Madam Chair.
Well, thank you, Vice Chairman. Thank you to everyone who spoke here tonight. We have wrapped up public comment here by 8:30. We are now on to comments from parent organization. Is there anyone here from a parent organization that wishes to speak? Mr. Hawk from the District Advisory Council. Good evening, Mr. Hawk.
Good evening, Chairperson Anderson, Superintendent, board members. At our last District Advisory Council meeting, we were graced with the presence of Chairperson Anderson, who informed us that, as we all are aware of, the process of dealing with the name change is over and that now it's in your hands. She also informed us that on the following day we would come up with what the agenda for the next school year would be, which you all have come up with, your COVID recommendations, and things along those lines. Testing, again, I believe we discussed the testing on ELC. It will help your grade, but it won't hurt your grade according to the state, but not necessarily according to the county, if I have that correctly. We also, discussed that the survey was taking place that would, that the county was doing, that the public was doing to inform you all how they felt as far as what COVID restrictions should or should not be in place on the following year. It ended that particular night, and you've already made your recommendations. We were pleased to hear the things that are going on, and masks being a choice and things along those lines. I was also, as the chairperson asked, does the DAC have a resolution to present? And so, in getting with the members of the District Advisory Council, I do. And I will submit this for record, which is the resolution that I did read previously. The District Advisory Council, under the leadership of Michael J. Hawk, chairperson, a resolution is adopted pursuant to Board Policy 5.8.59, school renaming. History: during the regular board meeting on June the 16th, 2020, Board Member Jones made a motion that the following schools be renamed: Joseph Finnegan Elementary School, Stonewall Jackson Elementary School, Jefferson Davis Middle School, Kirby Smith Middle School, James Ewell Brown Stewart Middle School, Robert E. Lee High School. During the regular board meeting on August the 4th, 2020, Board Member Smith Juarez made a written request that the board accept the following schools for renaming: Andrew Jackson High School, Jean Ribault High School, and Jean Ribault Middle School. Community meetings were held. Our decision is based on careful evaluation from statements made from the community meeting. Whereas we do not desire to identify with those who staged an insurrection against the United States of America and broke its laws. Whereas we are opposed to human trafficking, slavery, and the ownership of human beings as property for profit or any reason. Whereas we do not identify with statements such as Jesus did not condemn slavery. If there's any problems within the school, how long has it been predominantly African American? And don't be mad at us, be mad at the chiefs in Africa who sold you into slavery. Whereas we are opposed to community members making threats to school board members. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Duval County Public School District Advisory Council is in favor of renaming every public school that bears the name of a Confederate soldier. Respectfully, Michael J. Hawk, chairperson, District Advisory Council, Duval County Public School District Advisory Council. Now, with that being said, throughout our year, we have not met a quorum due to COVID. I sent out an email asking the members of the District Advisory Council their feelings on this. So I'm going to express what I received back. I had one emphatic, I do not agree with that. And I said I would make sure that I allowed you to know who that was. That was Mr. Don Redmond. Other than that, the board members were in agreement, or the District Advisory Council was in agreement with my statement. I did have one who said she thought it might be a little lengthy, and another who was concerned with the cost, but after we had a discussion, he said he was in full agreement with what is going on. So I will submit this for record from what is coming from the District Advisory Council. There was question also with one of our members who said, is this in our purview? Is this something within our scope? And I informed her that SACs were charged with facilitating the name change, and that DAC only exists because of the SACs. So therefore, it is definitely within our purview to make a statement to support the SACs. So we're in support of the recommendation that Dr. Green has made. We're in support of the vote that is taking place at the schools. Trying to be brief. So I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hawk. Ms. Rogers, with the Duval County Council of PTA. For your last meeting as president, thank you for being with us.
Good evening, Chairperson Anderson, school board members, Dr. Green, I'm Teresa Rogers, President of the Duval County Council of PTAs and PTSAs, speaking tonight on behalf of DCC PTA. And it is my last meeting that I'll be addressing you during this time, as I am at the end of my second and final term as the County Council President. And since this is my last time speaking to you in this role, I wanted to give my sincere thanks to our school board, Dr. Green, and all of DCPS for their efforts in working to make our public schools in Duval County better and better every year. Thank you for your work on behalf of our children. Thank you for listening to stakeholder input. Thank you for attending our DCC PTA monthly general meetings, sharing pertinent information with our members, and answering questions. And thank you for the many times PTA has been treated as a valued partner. I would also like to take one last opportunity to speak on PTA's strong support for the renaming of schools with culturally insensitive names. The results of the voting reflected the desire of our community, including the critical voice of our students, to take an important step forward and demonstrate that when it comes to our schools, we are willing to put our money where our mouth is. Voting to rename these schools shows our students how much they matter. Every student deserves to attend a school where they feel safe and can grow and develop into their best self. No student should ever walk into their school and wonder why it's named after a person who fought to preserve slavery. No student should ever walk into their school and wonder if anyone cares. I have been happy to speak on and share information regarding the school name changes over the last 10 months because it is a PTA-supported position. But I have also been happy as a human being to speak in support of this simply because it is the right thing to do. I hope we change the school names. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rogers. I don't see any other members of parent organizations. We don't have a speaker with us tonight from the Student Government Association. Do we have any comments from employee organizations? I'm not seeing anyone. Then we will move on to the approval of minutes. That the Duval County School Board approve the minutes for the meetings listed in the agenda item. March 16th, 2021 Board Workshop, March 23rd, 2021 Committee Meeting, March 23rd, 2021 Board Workshop, April 16th, 2021 Joint Meeting with City Council and Duval County School Board, April 20th, 2021 Board Workshop, May 4th, 2021 Regular Board Meeting, May 5th, 2021 Board Member Meeting, May 6th, 2021 Master Board Training, May 17th, 2021 Subcommittee Meeting. I ask for a motion.
So moved. Second.
Moved by Vice Chairman Willie, seconded by Board Member Jones. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I call for your vote. By your action, you have approved these minutes 7-0. On to the consent agenda this evening. Are there any items to be placed on the consent agenda or items for discussion? Seeing none, I ask for a motion.
So moved.
Second. Moved by Board Member Joyce, seconded by Board Member Hershey. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I call for your vote. By your action, you have approved the consent agenda 7-0. which brings us to our discussion agenda. Dr. Green will, actually, before we get to that, before we get into each of the individual items, we pulled all of the name change items for discussion, as I mentioned earlier. But I know that several of my colleagues and board members have prepared statements, general statements, and rather than moving into the items, I'd like to offer an opportunity to my fellow board members to go ahead and share those statements now. I know some of them will be the only things they want to say on the items. Of course, we will be open to discussion as we continue to move forward, but if you'd like to share, I invite you to do that at this time. Board Member Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Since I was the sponsor of the request that we examine the name change, I want to make a few statements for the record. I think that we all were touched by the video recording of the murder of George Floyd in May of 2020. For those of us who grew up here like myself, I was thankful but very surprised that Mayor Curry removed the Confederate statue from what was known at the time as Hemming Park. These two events prompted me to ask this board to approve the process outlined in Board Policy 8.59 to rename the 6 DCPS schools that are named for Confederate officers. I did not meet with Northside Coalition. I didn't meet with any other group. That was something that I felt we needed to do. It was clear to me that with the removal of Confederate monuments in Jacksonville, that the focus would turn to the school board, and I felt that we should be proactive in examining the history of those schools named for Confederate officers. Let me thank this board, along with Cheryl Grimes and Ashley Smith Juarez, for unanimously approving the request to begin the name change process. Also thanks to Dr. Green, her staff, each school advisory committee for their time and efforts to ensure a transparent and inclusive renaming process. A special thanks to Supervisor of Elections Mike Hogan for conducting the election. I asked him to meet with the DCPS staff to determine if the Supervisor of Elections could conduct the election, because I didn't want our staff to take away from their mission of educating our kids. Maybe that was a mistake, because unfortunately, having the Supervisor of Elections involved in conducting the election gave the appearance that the voting would determine whether a school's name would be changed or not. That was not the intent. Board policy clearly states that the superintendent shall solicit community input. It does not require a vote. And we've certainly got plenty of community input. In 2013, when the community participated in the name change of Nathan Bedford Forest, every group voted to retain the name except for the students. And the board, at the superintendent's recommendation, voted unanimously to change the school's name. Even the faculty voted to change the name, to keep the name. Thanks to this board for your patience in reviewing the hundreds of emails, your understanding of the issues, and the participation in community meetings. I think all of us have attended many community meetings, especially those involving Lee High School, and I really appreciate that. That was, especially those who live on the other side of the river, those who live at the beach, those who live in Mandarin, that's a good haul, okay. From time to time, school boards must grapple with difficult and controversial issues, but these discussions can lead to a better understanding and a more accepting community. The Duval County School Board policies in place to address the issues before us tonight. As a board, we hold steadfast to following policy appropriately. As a board member, efforts have been made available for us to receive and listen to your input as it relates to renaming of these schools. We value your input and the time you put forth by the community, the alumni, students, faculty, staff, PTA, and school advisory council. A thank you to all who participated in the discussion of changing the names of schools named for Confederate officers. A history teacher I had in high school, Dr. Solomon L. Badger III, better known as Chuck, had a quote in his classroom by Voltaire that read, "I may disapprove of what you say, but I will defend to my death your right to say it." We saw that every day as we entered that classroom, and that stuck with me all these years. And we saw every day that statement. So thanks to Norman Abraham, Seward Newsom, for their advocacy to keep the name, because they felt like that was their mission, and they felt very strongly about it. And I appreciate their participation, although I disagree very strongly with their position, but I respect them for what they've done. Also, a special thanks to all the various organizations who supported and worked to keep and to change the name. Dr. Green, I support your recommendations to change the 6 schools. Thanks for your steady and process-oriented leadership. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Board Member Jones. Other board members that would like to share their comments. Board Member Coker.
Thank you. It is, and this comment that I make will relate to all of the agenda items coming forward, rather than having them individually on each agenda item. It is my belief that democracy requires us to compromise with one another, and that includes who we choose to honor in the public arena. The decision many years ago to name some of our schools after Confederate leaders and to continue to maintain the names of those schools has understandably caused a tremendous amount of emotional pain to a large segment of the Jacksonville community. The Duval County School Board serves all of the citizens in our city, but most importantly, we serve the children of our city. And we have the duty and responsibility to correct past actions that may degrade or demoralize the many children who we serve. Every student, no matter their race or background, should have the opportunity to attend a school that provides them with a positive learning environment from the moment they walk through the doors until the day they graduate. It is my belief that the actions I will take this evening regarding the schools named after Confederate leaders will assist in moving Duval County Public Schools one step closer to achieving that goal.
Thank you, Board Member Coker. Other comments? Board Member Hershey.
Thank you. This has been a long journey, a tough journey, and I appreciate the leadership of the district staff, of school leaders who put in their time to be there for community meetings, as well as the leadership of Dr. Green. However, from the beginning and throughout this matter, I have raised questions about the process from all constituency groups. I also have serious concerns about the funding source and use of taxpayer dollars. My vote will be consistent this evening on all names recommended for a name change. I will be voting no.
Thank you, Board Member Hershey. Board Member Joyce.
Last summer, the board voted to seek input from the stakeholders from each of the schools being considered for renaming. At the time of the vote, I said, what this city really needs is revival, and I still believe that. With that said, it was obvious from the start that this topic would touch on sensitive issues and had the potential to generate controversy. But once the board agreed to engage in the process, we each had a duty to fully engage. And while I do not know how any board member will vote tonight, my observations tell me that each board member has fully engaged in this process and with their constituents. That is not to say that there haven't been bumps in the road that bring us to tonight. From the start, there were many questions from the community about the process and what should be expected. Every month, I reached out to the district for answers and was told that the process and procedures were being reviewed and that the board would know something soon. In January, the board was informed that the process would begin the next week. After some concern and conversation with the school board, the district decided to push the community meetings back a few weeks. The goal was that the people of Jacksonville could be confident that this process would be done in a way that was fair and transparent. So when the board was informed that the district had reached out to the supervisor of elections office, there was a huge sense of relief knowing that this office would be overseeing the voting process. In truth, though, the supervisor of elections office was only a vendor. It did not oversee the voting process. It simply tallied the vote. The district ultimately created the ballot, and it was the district employees who verified the credentials of each voter. Once the voting started at Robert E. Lee, I began receiving concerns from the community, from how the verification process was handled, to concerns that elementary school students were participating in the vote at the high school. I reached out to Dr. Green, and she confirmed that this was true. Honestly, I was surprised by this response because as a board member, I never knew that children who lived in the community and didn't attend the school were considered community members and were eligible to vote in a high school name change. That raised transparency issues for me. The complaints I received from the community concerning students voting and the verification process led me to go to Robert E. Lee and observe for myself. My observation of the process led me to ask the district to please pull the video footage of the gymnasium at Robert E. Lee to watch for myself what actually transpired on each voting day. I have reviewed all the videos for each day from the time the first person entered the gymnasium and the setting up of the ballot box to the securing of the ballots each night many times. And my observation leads me to question the usefulness of the community vote taken at Robert E. Lee. From the beginning, I have promised my constituents complete transparency. In my opinion, I do not believe that has happened. Finally, I would like to address the financial impact to the district. When this came before the board last June, the district said that there would be no financial impact to the district. The board was told that private funds would be raised to cover the cost of the renaming process. From the most recent information I have received, district funds will be used to rename schools. In my estimation, 11 months have gone by to fundraise for this endeavor, and there has not been enough money raised to cover the cost. I can't, in good conscience, approve any district funds on the renaming of schools. When Westside High was renamed, there was a promise that district funds would not be used. That was not the case. This has been an incredibly emotional process. There are extremely passionate people representing both sides of this issue. In my closing comments, I would like to go on record that I wish everyone could walk away from this process satisfied with what has happened, but that is simply not possible. After spending many years in the classroom, I have experienced our school-based employees incredibly overworked and that they are incredibly underpaid. I have also experienced school-based positions and resources for students cut for lack of funding. For this reason, I am extremely sensitive to the fiscal responsibility of our district. If changing the name of a school would improve student achievement, that would be different, but it doesn't. I was surprised that most of the community didn't engage in the voting process, with the exception of Robert E. Lee, where the voting was inconsistent, the rules changed daily, and the board was never told that a student not attending the school could vote for the name change. Because of these issues and concerns I just stated, I will be voting no for the 6 schools that Dr. Green has recommended for a name change.
Thank you, Board Member Joyce. Board Member Pearson, did you have any comments? You can say no if you'd like to speak on each item.
I have comments. I just joined the board in November. Okay. Having joined the board in November, in the middle of the process, I experienced discomfort with the lack of process when I joined the board in November. And that we were, as a district, were not farther along and had questions about the transparency of the process and raised those questions. I still think that we have a long way to go as we review our policy on this issue to improve, should we ever have an occasion to consider name changes again. That said, I will support the superintendent's recommendation to change the 6 schools that she is recommending and not to change the 3 schools that she is recommending not to change. I appreciate that the superintendent has restricted funds to private donations and the beverage sponsorship. Under financial impact, it says if the board approves this item, the district will not utilize any district funds from general revenue, categorical funds, federal funds, or sales surtax funds. All costs associated with the following renaming requirements will be funded utilizing a combination of funds donated to the district for this purpose and allowable sponsorship funds from the current beverage agreement. As someone who has raised probably close to $100,000 for local schools in the district in my previous role as a parent volunteer, I can tell you that $825,000 is a lot of money to raise. The very generous donation by the Dolores Barr Weaver Foundation, as I understand, is a 2-to-1 match. She has given $50,000. It will take $100,000 in funds to unlock her $50,000. At $150,000, should that happen, we're still looking at $675,000. So my bottom line and my message is to anyone who has invested in speaking for the name changes, this is your time to raise the money. JPEF has a fund. We have corporations, we have groups, we have individuals in this community who can easily put the money up to make this change. And so if this change is important, I am going to vote for the 6. The money should not be used. Changes should not happen until the money is raised, and I will be watching that. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Pearson. Vice Chairman Willie.
We are about to make history tonight. I know that some of these decisions have been difficult, and when the first 6 names came up, and I thank you, Board Member, former Board Chair Jones, for bringing them up, I knew this day would come when we would get an opportunity to decide what kind of community we wanted to be moving forward. And now it's our responsibility. We all sit up here, and it's our responsibility to do what's right as the fierce protectors of the mental health, the physical safety, and the academic success of our students. So I sit before you not having to do this, but I'm honored to be up here today being able to make this decision. Because we live in a community and country where we're allowed to change our minds. We're allowed to critique the thing that we love. And if we love this community, we love this country, we have to critique it. Because if we think about this community, we're better than we were in 1920. I wouldn't even be allowed in some of our schools in 1920. We're better than we were in 1950 and 70, and we can be better today. And I hope for our kids' sake, we're better every single day moving forward. And as I reflected on this moment, I centered on a few things. Number one, I looked at the facts, and the facts are there. The individuals, the 6 Confederate names that we're thinking about changing, fought to keep the institution of slavery alive. They fought to keep Black people from being free and accessing life and freedoms. That's what we're talking about. That's the facts. These schools were also named at a time not right after the war, but they were named at a time to intimidate. It was an intentional and on-purpose act, and we have an opportunity to change that. And yes, we can't erase history. We can't. And the alum, I get it. There's tradition, there's history. You will still have your reunions, your yearbooks. But at the end of the day, when I think about our young people, we have an opportunity to make a choice today that's going to help write the history that they're going to read. And I want to be a part of that history. I want to be on the right side of humanity and the right side of history based on the facts, based on the polling, based on where we are. I'm going to vote yes to changing the names of the 6th Confederate, and also want us to have a robust conversation about Andrew Jackson High School as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chairman. I'd like to take a moment to turn the gavel over to the Vice Chairman so that I may share a few comments. as a board member. First, I'd like to apologize for the long process. I know that this has been 11 months, and for some people that was very difficult. Some people sat through really hard conversations, and I'm sorry for that. I do want to remind folks that as we went through the summer last year, we were preparing to open our schools during COVID. As we sat in the fall trying to make sure that our children and our families and our faculty and staff were safe and healthy, it took a lot of time and effort and resources from district staff to ensure that we could bring our babies into our buildings and to make sure they were receiving the education that they needed. And so part of that created a delay and a strain on resources, and we wanted to make sure that this process, when it came to you, could be supported fully by staff, as it should be. So there were delays. But we got around to February, and I know that this has been a struggle, but it was necessary. I believe that these conversations have been necessary and essential to our continued growth and progress as a community, because refusing to talk about powerful social realities does not make them go away. Rather, it allows social and racial illiteracy and confusion and misinformation to persist unchallenged. So thank you for bearing with us as we went through these community meetings. Equity, it's one of those words. It's not easy. It's complicated. This school renaming discussion is just one piece of a much larger puzzle, but this conversation, this isn't a heavy lift. As a board and as a community, we have done really hard things, but we can get this done. We can put this behind us, leave it as history, not forgetting it, but moving forward. We've engaged our communities. We've engaged our neighbors. We know who we want to be as a school district. We know who we want to be as a city. And I believe our future is bright, that Duval is growing and moving forward. So today, it's an honor to have the opportunity to be able to change the names of these schools so that every student feels respected, so that every student feels capable of success, and so that every student, when they walk in our buildings, they know that they matter. With that, we'll move on to the items. Discussion agenda. Dr. Green, please read your recommendation.
School renaming Joseph Finnegan Elementary School. That the Duval County School Board accept the recommendation of the superintendent to change the name of school number 3247 Joseph Finnegan Elementary School to Anchor Academy, effective August 3rd, 2021.
I ask for a motion.
Move approval.
Moved by Board Member Jones, seconded by Vice Chairman Willie. Is there any discussion?
I do. I would like to raise a question.
Board Member Joyce.
In the recommendation, it does not include the language for the financial impact. And so my question through the chair to Dr. Green is the financial impact binding, or is there a situation where in the future the funds could be used from a different account? This is just your this is not binding because it's not in the recommendation. Can you?
Through the chair to Board Member Joyce, I believe even though my recommendation is speaking of the name and recommending the name change, down in the financials and the description, we expressly state that we cannot use general operating, federal, there was a whole list of whether it was capital or sales surtax, that we could not use that. So once this is approved, then everything that is listed in the item must be followed.
Okay. My understanding is a little different, and so I would like to make a motion to add that language to the recommendation before the board votes on it.
I'm hearing a motion to amend the recommendation to include financial language. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Board Member Pierce. Son. Oh, my gosh. I'm sorry. It's not even that late. I have no excuse. I'll entertain discussion on the amendment. Vice Chairman.
I'm just getting clarity on, so what additional language are we adding once again? I just want to get clear on what we're adding.
I would just like the financial impact information to be included in the recommendation.
The entire sentence.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's just really a clarifying sentence that would identify that private dollars would be used to pay for the name change. It's my understanding too that there's only like $1,000 in the beverage fund right now as well. So I think that would be, if paying for it with private funds is important to this board, then we do need to include it in the language. It's my understanding that it needs to be in the recommendation for it to hold as well.
I just want to be clear because I'm hearing a couple of different things and I want to make sure that we understand as the amendment. So Board Member Joyce has motioned to amend the item's recommendation language to include the financial impact statement seen lower.
To include the financial impact statement, that's correct.
Board Member Hershey, what I'm hearing from you is a little different.
Well, it's the same thing. I think it can be, from my understanding, it can, because that's a long financial impact statement.
Well, this one
I think we could say go ahead. I think it could be in a sentence or something.
This one particularly says the signage marquee, $10,000, sponsorship funds from the beverage agreement, and the letterhead, $2,000 from private donations.
So you just want to move that language
Into the recommendation.
into the recommendation?
Yes.
Thank you. Is that clear?
Yes, that's clear.
Vice Chairman Willie.
Because I know it's going to come up through the chair to Dr. Green. Can you talk about beverage funds and what that means as we get into all of these? Because I know beverage funds are listed a number of times.
Through the chair to Vice Chair Willie, the district, we have a contract. In past years, it used to be with Pepsi, and now our contract is with Coke. Part of that contract, it's the other way
Just the
around,
opposite,
sorry.
yeah.
Coke, and now it's with Pepsi. So part of that contract, the vendor gives dollars to the district, and the district can use as the district sees fit. It has been utilized for other items that we are not allowed to use taxpayer dollars to utilize. So many times if the school is wanting to do something unique, that's an opportunity that the district can support that school. They may have a family night and they can't use taxpayer dollars to pay for food. Through our Coke beverage funds, we can support that school by donating those dollars to the school, and therefore they can utilize it for that particular item for food for that particular occasion. So these beverage dollars are not taxpayer dollars. They are, as I stated, the vendor donates that money to the school district, and the school district uses it for items that we can't use taxpayer dollars for.
Thank you for that clarity.
Thank you, Dr. Green. Any other discussion on the amendment? Ms. Mayers.
The only comment that I have is that it does not appear that that's exactly what the policy calls for. It calls for the superintendent to make a recommendation, either propose new name to the board or recommend no change to the school's existing name. I completely understand that the financial impact is important to the board. So I think if a board member wanted to condition their vote on the superintendent not only stating that that's the financial impact in the agenda item, but guaranteeing, as Board Member Joyce said, that that will be the case, that that will be binding. I can understand attempting to condition that vote, but to just move it to part of the recommendation, I don't really feel like that comports with the policy itself in terms of what it calls for her to recommend.
Thank you for your input, Ms. Mayers. For the final time, Board Member Joyce.
So I just want a clarifying question. So you're saying that we cannot move any financial impact information to the recommendation?
I am being very careful through the chair to Board Member Joyce in answering this question, but I'm thinking of other questions that have been posed to me requiring us to strictly adhere to the language in the policy. So I certainly think that what you're attempting to accomplish can still be accomplished. I'm not sure about the manner in which we're suggesting that it be accomplished. I'm just trying to adhere to the policy language.
Thank you, Ms. Mayers. Any other board members who've not yet spoken on the amendment? Board Member Jones?
Yeah, just to be clear, if I understand Ms. Mayers correctly, is the policy does not, the recommendation of the superintendent is to approve or deny. It doesn't say anything about, it doesn't speak to how you fund it. Certainly we have to approve the budget anyway, so it comes back to us at some point. So I think if we are looking at the budget, we can certainly make sure we don't support or amend out any dollars other than the beverage dollars or private dollars to be used for the cost of renaming. But I think what she's saying is, you know, the policy doesn't speak to how you fund it.
Thank you, Board Member Jones. Board Member Coker.
Through the chair, I want to echo a little bit of what Board Member Jones has said, and just the reality of that these are public documents. What was put here are things that we as elected officials are going to want to hold to test, and that we will have a responsibility when the budget comes through each year, that this was the way it was stated, this was the way it was given to our city, and that we will have a responsibility to ensure that both the superintendent and that we as a board hold true to the letter of the language within the document.
Thank you, Board Member Coker. Seeing no further discussion, I call for your vote on the amendment.
Madam Chair, if you give us just a minute.
Can we do a voice?
I don't think the amendment is, the amendment is in order legally.
Right, that's what I was going to ask.
Right.
Is it appropriate to withdraw the amendment from what Ms. Mayer said? I'm just. Right.
Yes, I think that's what I would ask, is that it be withdrawn.
Would you like to withdraw your amendment?
No.
So.
We got a motion and a
Thank you,
second.
vote.
Right.
Then vote.
Do we want to do a voice vote?
No.
Y'all, we usually workshop all these items, so you're just going to need to be patient with us. We're going to get through this. I'm concerned that we might have more amendments come to us this evening. Can we take a voice vote?
We got it.
Oh, we're ready.
Can I ask a question?
Discussion is closed.
Okay.
Next time.
Board Member Joyce.
Oh, sorry.
The amendment to include the financial impact in the recommendation is failed, 3-4. We're going back to the original item as moved. School renaming Joseph Finnegan Elementary School. Is there any further discussion on Joseph Finnegan Elementary School? Thank you, board members. I will just say for the record on Joseph Finnegan, since this is the only school in my district, that I echo what Mayor Glasser shared with us this evening. There was not, no one came to me expressly, and at no point did anyone come to the school expressly to oppose renaming of Joseph Finnegan. I call for your vote. By your action, you have approved renaming Joseph Finnegan Elementary School 5-0. Moving on to school renaming Stonewall. What did I say? Clearly, I am 5-2 for the record. My apologies. All right, moving on to the next item. School renaming Stonewall Jackson Elementary School. Superintendent, will you please read your recommendation?
That the Duval County School Board accept the recommendation of the superintendent to change the name of school number 3234, Stonewall Jackson Elementary School, to Hidden Oaks Elementary School, effective August 3rd, 2021.
I ask for a motion.
Move approval.
Moved by Board Member Jones, seconded by Vice Chairman Willie. Is there anyone who wishes to speak on Stonewall Jackson? Board Member Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is one of the 3 schools in the district that I represent, and community was very supportive of this name change, as you can see by the vote, and they appreciate your supporting the name change.
Thank you, Board Member Jones. Any other discussion on Stonewall Jackson Elementary School?
I would like to amend the motion by requesting we add the financial impact to the recommendation.
I have an amendment proposed on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Board Member Hershey. Any discussion to amend the superintendent's recommendation to include the financial impact?
I have a question.
Board Member Pearson.
Through the chair to our council, if we were to vote, is the amendment even a legitimate amendment? Does it have any teeth?
So through the board to Board Member Pearson, I don't think so. I think it's making a public statement. But in terms of, again, I don't think it's an order. I don't think it has any teeth, but you can say it.
But it declares an intent, I guess.
That would be up to the people listening, but yes, ma'am.
Okay.
It is still binding in the item as it is written. Any other discussion on the amendment? Okay, seeing none, I call for your vote on the amendment to update the recommendation to include the financial impact. The motion to amend a recommendation to include the financial impact has failed 3-4. Back to the original item as recommended by the superintendent, school renaming Stonewall Jackson Elementary School. Is there any discussion on the original item? Seeing none, I call for your vote. By your action, you have approved school renaming Stonewall Jackson Elementary School 5-2. Moving on to school renaming Jeb Stuart Middle School. Superintendent, would you please read your recommendation?
That the Duval County School Board accept the recommendation of the superintendent to change the name of school number 3207, Jeb Stuart Middle School, to West Side Middle School, effective August 3rd, 2021.
Thank you, Dr. Green. Is there a motion?
Move approval.
Moved by Board Member Jones, seconded by Vice Chairman Willie. Is there anyone who wishes to speak?
Yes, I would like to move to amend the motion by adding the financial impact.
There's a motion on the floor to add the recommendation to include the financial impact.
Second.
There's a second by Board Member Pearson. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, I call for your vote.
I did the wrong thing. I'm sorry. My mind was on something else. I'm gone. I'm moved on.
Are we all voting?
As a reminder, you're voting on the amendment.
Thank you.
By your action, the motion to include the financial impact in the recommendation has failed 3-4. Back to the original item. Board Member Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a school that's also in District 5, and as you see, the community supported the name change. Appreciate your support.
Thank you, Board Member Jones. Any other discussion on Jeb Stuart Middle School? Renaming it to West Side Middle School. Okay, seeing none, I call for your vote. By your action, you have approved the school renaming for Jeb Stuart Middle School 5-2. Moving on to school renaming Jefferson Davis Middle School. Superintendent Green, would you please read your recommendation?
That the Duval County School Board accept the recommendation of the superintendent to change the name of school number 3216, Jefferson Davis Middle School, to Charger Academy, effective August 3rd, 2021.
Thank you, Dr. Green. Is there a motion?
Move approval.
Moved by Board Member Jones. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Board Member Coker. Any discussion?
I move to amend the motion by adding the financial impact to the recommendation.
There is a motion to amend the superintendent's recommendation to include the financial impact. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Board Member Hershey. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, I call for your vote on the amendment. By your action, the amendment to include the financial impact in the recommendation has failed 3-4. Back to the original item as recommended, school renaming Jefferson Davis Middle School to Charter Academy. Board Member Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is the third school in District 5 that the neighborhood voted and the students. So I ask you to support the students in this effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Jones. Any other discussion? Seeing none, I call for your vote. By your action, you have approved the school renaming of Jefferson Davis Middle School 5-2. Moving on to school renaming Kirby Smith Middle School. Superintendent Green, would you please read your recommendation?
That the Duval County School Board accept the recommendation of the superintendent to change the name of school number 3025 Kirby Smith Middle School to Springfield Middle School effective August 3rd, 2021.
Thank you, Dr. Green. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Board Member Coker, seconded by
Second.
Board Member Jones. Is there anyone who wishes to speak on this item?
I move to amend the motion by adding the financial impact to the recommendation.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to amend the recommendation to include the financial impact. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, I call for your vote on the amendment to include the financial impact in the recommendation. By your action, you have not approved the amendment to include the financial impact in the recommendation by a vote of 3-4. Back to the original item on Kirby Smith. Is there any discussion on renaming Kirby Smith? Vice Chairman Willie.
Yeah, this is, through the chair, this is a school in District 4, and as you can see from the community vote with the staff, faculty, and PTA and students, they voted to change the name. So I'd like for the board to support that. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chairman. Any other discussion on Kirby Smith? Seeing none, I call for your vote. By your action, you have approved school renaming of Kirby Smith Middle School 5-2. Moving on to our next item, school renaming Robert E. Lee High School. Superintendent, would you please read your recommendation?
Thank you. That the Duval County School Board accept the recommendation of the superintendent to change the name of school number 3033 Robert E. Lee High School to Riverside High School effective August 3rd, 2021.
Is there a motion?
Move approval.
Moved by Board Member Jones, seconded by Vice Chairman Willie. Is there any discussion?
I move to amend the motion by adding the financial impact to the recommendation.
Second.
Board Member Joyce moves to add the financial impact to the recommendation. That is seconded by Board Member Hershey. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, I call for your vote. As a reminder, you're voting on the recommendation to amend. Motion to amend. Motion to amend has failed 3-4. Back to the original item, Robert E. Lee High School. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to this item? Board Member Jones, then Board Member Pearson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted, for the record, to point out, for those who suggest otherwise, that it's quoted in the newspaper from December the 16th, 2013, Florida Times Union. They quote Dr. Vitti at the time. The cost of changing, let me quote it. Quote, among the 111 faculty votes, 52% voted to retain the school's name, Vitti said, but after they learned that the cost to change the name wasn't coming out of the school budget, many changed their minds and favored a name change, Vitti said. The district plans to use its own funds or donated funds to pay for the estimated, quote, estimated $400,000 to change the uniforms, signs, marquee, and gym floor, he said. That's a quote. So that was an estimate. The actual cost came in much lower than $400,000. So what you've heard a number of speakers say it's going to cost $400,000 or more, then that's not accurate based on the reporting that was done. And he never said he was not going to use district funds. He said would not use school budget funds. And I think that's important too. And also, many of the students who reside in District 5, north of I-10, the Nixon Town, Brooklyn, Camel Hill, Lackawanna, North Riverside, all those neighborhood kids now attend Lee. And I know a lot of them. I grew up with a lot of them who graduated from Lee. And I bet you of the 200 or some alumni who voted to change the name, a lot of them grew up with me. They finished from Lee because I couldn't go to Lee when I graduated. So I do know that neighborhood. I do realize that they care about the name change. And Ms. Meeks, who's 90 years old, who lives in the neighborhood, she went out and voted with her 2 kids who still live in Jacksonville. So I just urge you to support the community and change the name. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Jones. Board Member Pearson.
Yes, there is a paragraph, a line. Additionally, the district's operations team and other leadership staff will work with each school to ensure that statuary and other school memorabilia are retained and prominently displayed within the school. We heard multiple speakers talk about the hurt that they experienced when through the process at former Forest, now Westside High School. I am glad that this is in here. I would ask that the trophies and memorabilia from Forest High School be located and restored in the same spirit as this to Forest High School. And also, I would also ask, for the sake of the alumni, as the facilities department coordinates with the principal for any signage change or change over at the school, that they work to preserve that signage and let the principal work with the alumni community to see if there are those in the alumni community who would like to have that signage. But I would ask that as they're changing over, that they take every effort to restore intact any part of Lee High School and make that available to alumni who may want to have that.
Thank you, Board Member Pearson. Board Member Coker?
Through the chair, either to the superintendent or potentially Mr. Suarez for operations. Can you explain a little bit about the process by which we would inventory catalog and such in this situation, and where those items are stored, how we go about this process to ensure we're accounting for anything in these schools? Specifically with the school name on it. Let me.
They may be off.
There you go. Through the chair to Board Member Coker, we worked through Westside Forest, that name change. We work closely with the principal. Each school is different, so you have to identify, pictures, different assets that have names and that type of memorabilia. Typically, that information is collected. We work through Bulls Bay, and we manage a large inventory already for the district. So we use that same process to collect things, control them. We likely have a dedicated area in the warehouse where it's all stored, so you can keep it all there. And then what happened in the past is different organizations, the Museum of Southern History, would come by to the warehouse and look at different items and see, they can go to an auction sale, and they can acquire them that way. So we have been very careful not to get rid of those type of assets. So they're not formal assets, because it's a formal assets over $750. So it's not within the SAP system. But because of what's involved, we try to collect it, gather it, and keep control of it. Typically document things on paper, and then just until the ultimate disposition. Some things are not salvageable. Things that are murals, things that are painted on walls, you really can't salvage those. But things get detachable pictures, if there are statues, those types of things, they can be salvaged.
Thank you, Mr. Suarez.
Thank you, Board Member Coker. Any other discussion? Board Member Joyce.
So this school is a school that's in my district that I represent. It's a very old school. A lot of people in my district grew up going to Robert E. Lee. And when we were at Ocean Way Elementary during COVID last year, and Dr. Green brought to me this idea of going through school name changes, my head dropped in my lap and I wept, because I knew this was going to bring a lot of division and the worst out of everyone. And I'm really a peacemaker, and I just want everybody to be happy. And so I prayed up for it, and I committed to transparency. I committed to accuracy, and that all voices would be heard. Because I received complaints about the voting process, I went to Robert E. Lee the last day of voting, and I arrived right before 3 o'clock and was asked to leave, identified myself so that I could stay, and watched a faculty get very, very uncomfortable that a board member was there. I followed a lady in with some children. There was some discrepancy. They talked and moved around and kept turning around and looking at me, and then processed that the lady and one of her daughters moved to the table to get their ballot. The other two moved over and were not allowed to vote. Had a couple of people come talk to me. So in the end, the other two students were able to vote. And so because I worked at the school system and I understand that everything is recorded and I have access to that, I went back and pulled the tapes. I asked the district to pull the tapes from the morning before the voters got there to the evening when they packed up the ballot boxes. These tapes are confidential, so there's things that I'm not going to say for security reasons, but I can tell you what I witnessed. When I went back and I looked at that tape, the lady came back over to her children. They kept looking at me to see if I was distracted, and then they went over to another table and got a slip and got to vote without showing any identification. That happened numerous times. So when I went back and I pulled the tape, it wasn't just that time, it was many times. And that students were not required to show identification, and parents were bringing students in to vote. To me, that's not transparent, and I don't believe that everyone in the community knew that was an option. And so that's why I question the legitimacy of this community vote. If it would have been transparent, that's one thing. But based on the video that I watched and based on what I witnessed, I cannot support, I do not believe this is accurate for what the community wants. And so I just want to put that on the record.
Thank you, Board Member Joyce. Vice Chairman Willie.
Through the chair, I'm just wondering, I mean, I appreciate you, Board Member Joyce, watching the videos. I'm just wondering how many was that? Like, if you watched all the videos, would it have swayed the numbers, the student votes from 80 to 15? I'm just wondering about where it would have changed dramatically the percentages of the change.
Is it a question to the superintendent?
So I'm just wanting to just be clear, because I get it. I know that you're looking out for constituents, but I also want to know, is this a massive numbers we're talking about? What are we talking about here?
Dr. Green, do you have any information about the numbers of?
Through the chair to the board, Vice Chair Willie, the number of students that voted that were under what would be community vote were about 115 students. So that meant they weren't students directly enrolled at Lee High School. They lived in the designated area considered community members.
Thank you, Dr. Green. Do you have anything else, Vice Chairman?
So those folks who got the slip would have been community members, students that would have been counted as community members. So about 150, there are about 4,000.
115.
115, about 4,200 total community votes. That's the numbers that we're working with. Is that correct?
Through the chair to Vice Chair Willie, it is on the document. I'm just not looking at it at the moment. But the community vote was over 4,000.
Yeah, I just raise that because I don't want us to, I get that we want a transparent process, but also don't want us to get distracted with in my opinion, one of the main reasons we're here is because of who the person is that we have on the school. Plus, part of the process is this is a poll, this is an information gathering for our superintendent to come to us. So just as hey, this is what the community says, now we get to decide. So I don't know if that should be a determining factor. That's not a determining factor for me, especially based on those numbers not necessarily swaying the total numbers.
Thank you, Vice Chairman. For the second time, Board Member Joyce.
A follow-up question through the chair to Dr. Green. How did the district determine that the student, and they were a community member and not a student in the school?
Through the chair to Board Member Joyce, through our focus, it has the picture of the student's address, and therefore we could check everything just by looking at the computer. So
what documentation, though? What documentation would lead you to know that it was only 115 students?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It is through the list, the information that the school district in verifying who voted.
To the Supervisor of Elections.
So I received those lists as well, and that information does not specify a student and a community member. I asked for those lists from the district and nowhere was I able to see that it was a community member and a student, and I just want to put that on the record.
Thank you, Board Member Joyce. Board Member Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a little frustrating to hear that we are concerned, we, not you specifically, but some of the people in the community are concerned with the voting process, when no one seems to be concerned with the process that established the name in 1927. Nobody is concerned, no one is concerned about the council culture, the one that I know of, where colored folks couldn't hold office. They had 7 documented lynchings in Jacksonville between 1909 and 1925. And here in 1925, the United Daughters of Confederacy said, we want 3 schools named Andrew Jackson, Robert E. Lee, and Kirby Smith. What process, what open process was there to let this board at that time name those three schools? How many people voted in that process? How many people of color even had a voice in that? No one seems to be, we seem to omit that. And then going back to the 50s when the other 5 came up, the Negro had to ride in the back of the bus. There were no black Negroes on the school board at the time. There were no black Negro elected officials in Jacksonville. We seem to omit all that process. We're concerned with today's process when we forget about the process that got us to this point. That is the frustrating part for me. And I understand you have to represent your constituent, but I'm most concerned with the students and what they care about, and I appreciate your support for your alumni, but I'm voting to change the name because it's the right thing to do, and it's long overdue. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Jones. There's no further discussion on the renaming of Robert E. Lee High School. I call for your vote.
This is not the amendment.
This is renaming. By your action, you have approved renaming Robert E. Lee High School 5-2. Thank you. Moving on to school renaming, Jean Ribaud Middle School. Superintendent, please read your recommendation.
That the Duval County School Board accept the recommendation of the superintendent for no name change to the name of school number 3212, Jean Ribaud Middle School.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Board Member Coker,
Second.
seconded by Board Member Jones. Any discussion on Jean Ribaud Middle School renaming? Board Member, Vice Chairman.
Yeah, when it's interesting because when this recommendation came up by Board Member Ashley Smith Juarez, I was the one who I did not vote in favor of bringing these 3, only because I really thought that we would be distracted as a board and not be able to focus on the 6 Confederate names. But what we did was I know the SAC, I want to commend the SAC at Ribaud, both Ribaud Middle, Ribaud High, for their due diligence in this process, because they really did take an opportunity they had historians come in, they had other folks come in, and honestly, there wasn't a ton of traction on real facts about some of the what Jean Ribaud did. And I think because of that, you see the vote here, and I want to commend the SAC and that faculty and staff for really taking that opportunity to really be historians and soak it in. But because of this, the vote of the staff and the faculty and the students, I'm going to vote to keep the name Jean Ribaud.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Willie. Any other discussion? Seeing none, I call for your vote. You are voting to support the superintendent's recommendation not to rename.
Okay.
Yes or no?
Yes means no.
Yes means not rename.
Support the superintendent.
By your action, you have supported the superintendent's recommendation not to rename Jean Ribaud Middle School 7-0. Moving on to school renaming Andrew Jackson High School. Dr. Green, please read your recommendation.
That the Duval County School Board accept the recommendation of the superintendent for no name change to the name of school number 3096. Excuse me, I'm sorry, I jumped. that the Duval County School Board accept the recommendation of the superintendent for no name change to the name of school number 3035, Andrew Jackson High School.
Thank you, Dr. Green. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Board Member Pearson,
Second.
seconded by Board Member Joyce. Is there any discussion? Vice Chairman Willie.
Yeah, this is a school in my area, and I do think, and I wanted to have a robust conversation about Andrew Jackson, because I do believe that Andrew Jackson sort of fits that same conversation that we had with the first 6 that we had. And in addition to that, I do think there's a student population, the Native Indigenous population, that we do have to also think about. And with Andrew Jackson, we know that he's well known for the Trail of Tears as well as enslaving blacks. So at the end of the day, I would like to have a discussion with this board about Andrew Jackson. And I also believe that, I know the superintendent was in a very precarious spot, and I believe it is our job, because this vote was so close, especially when it comes to, if you look at the vote, the alumni were heavily in favor, but the community, the faculty, the staff, and the students were exactly the opposite. And I just know that this is going to be a conversation, even if we don't vote in favor of changing it tonight, that it will come back, because we are going down that line. And this, honestly, if we were going to come back today and say, would we name a school after Andrew Jackson, we probably would not. And I think this is a conversation that I wanted to bring up with this item.
Thank you, Vice Chairman. Board Member Jones.
Chair, I know this is one that I've grappled with because of the overall vote. But when you look at the vote by the community, 76%, almost 77%. When you look at the faculty, 67%. The PTA, 78%. The SAC, 77%. And most of all, and most importantly, I think the student vote, over 71%, a little over 71%. So I want to give the students a voice. I want to value their opinions, and I think I will not be voting to accept the superintendent's recommendation on this one.
Thank you, Board Member Jones. Any other discussion? Just to be clear, you are not offering an amendment to the recommendation.
Not at this time, but I would like to continue to hear the discussion, and I more than likely will offer an amendment.
I don't see anyone else for discussion.
Then I would like to offer an amendment that we actually move that we recommend to change the name of school number 3035 Andrew Jackson High School to the winner of the vote, which was Eastside High School.
So right now, I have a motion to amend the superintendent's recommendation to change the name of Andrew Jackson High School to Eastside High School.
That's second.
There's a second by Board Member Jones. Discussion on the amendment. I see no discussion on the amendment to Eastside High School. I'd like to make a comment. I'm going to turn this gavel over to you. Sorry. My only comment or something that I'd like for us to consider as we go through this is that Jackson is a dedicated magnet school with specific programming in that school. And I wonder if it may make sense to look at a name that would be reflective of the programming that it supports. And so I hear your amendment, but I wanted to offer that as a point for discussion before we take a vote. It's your amendment. I don't really know.
Yeah.
Sorry, y'all. Is there any other discussion on the amendment to rename Andrew Jackson High School Eastside High School?
Good.
Board
Madam
Member
Chair,
Jones.
Through the chair, Mr. Willie, what was the other names that were under consideration? And how did that vote tally break out?
There was East Side and Main Street. I think Springfield was on the list as well.
Sir, did you have anything
I
else?
mean, as a thought, we could always vote if the board decides to vote to change the name and go back to the community for, that's what they did with Nathan Bedford Forest. They didn't vote the same night to change the name, to give the new name. They voted to change the name, and they went back to the community to get input on what name they felt was most appropriate.
So the thought would be to vote to change the name without proposing a new name. Would you like to withdraw your recommendation?
I would like
your
to withdraw
amendment?
my recommendation and recommend that we actually do push to change the name of school number 3035 Andrew Jackson High School, but push it back to the SAC to make that final recommendation for the name change.
So we are withdrawing the original amendment.
Correct.
You're making a substitute amendment to rename Andrew Jackson High School. And we would turn that back over to the superintendent to work with the SAC and the community on determining a name. Would we be asking them to come back at a date certain or give them a time frame in this amendment, Vice Chairman Willie?
I don't have a time frame at this point.
So right now I have a substitute amendment. Do I need a second for the substitution?
Second.
Second. So we withdrew the First Amendment. We've substituted the amendment to just,
Did we withdraw or because we never did voters, is it still under discussion?
so the amendment on the floor at this time is to change the superintendent's recommendation for no name change to a change, and asking the superintendent to go back and work with the community and bring back a recommendation for a new name. Is there any discussion on that amendment? Board Member Pearson.
I'm not going to vote for the amendment because my line was at the 6 and I'm done with the name changes. However, we've already been through a community process. We have a vote count on the names. If you're going to do that, let's make your amendment, change it to East Side or whatever it is and be done with it, would be my preference. But I'm going to vote no anyway.
Ms. Mayers.
And to the chair, I just wanted to let you know I do have the breakdown of the names and the percentages. If anybody wanted that information, I just didn't want you to have to go forward if you needed to take a look at this.
Thank you, Ms. Mayers. Discussion, Board Member Joyce.
I don't have any discussion.
Oh, I thought you had it. My apologies. Any other discussion on the amendment? Okay, seeing none, I call for your vote on the amendment. Can we read what the recommendation would look like as amended?
Yes, we can do
Thank
that.
you, Ms. Mayers.
No problem.
While we wait.
So, and just give me 1 second, let me make sure that I. Okay, so the way that it would read is that they would essentially be the amendment would be to reject the superintendent's recommendation and instead propose a name change. And then they would be returning the issue back to the superintendent to work with the community and to propose another name for the board's consideration.
So the recommendation that we see on paper, should we approve this amendment, would say all of that?
Would say a lot of that.
Madam Chair,
I mean, you're going to be,
the recommendation that you'll see pop up is going to say motion to amend the recommendation to change the name of Andrew Jackson High School to go back to the community for a name recommendation.
Thank you, Ms. Barrow. We'll take a vote whenever you're ready. By your action, the motion to amend the recommendation to change the name of Andrew High School and go back to the community for a name recommendation has failed 3-4. We are now on the original item as recommended by the superintendent for no name change to Andrew Jackson High School. Is there any further discussion on the original recommendation? Seeing none, I call for your vote. No change to Andrew Jackson High School as recommended by the superintendent has passed. I believe that was 4-3. Moving on to our final item, school renaming Jean Ribaud High School.
That the Duval County School Board accept the recommendation of the superintendent for no name change to the name of school number 3096, Jean Ribaud High School.
Thank you, Dr. Green. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Board Member Coker,
Second.
seconded by Board Member Pearson. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to this item?
Yeah, I'll raise,
Vice
as a
Chair.
representative of District 4, similar to Revault Middle, the history and just looking at the votes, want to support that community there. So, with the recommendation.
Thank you, Vice Chairman. Any other discussion on Jean Ribaud High School? Seeing none, I call for your vote. A yes supports the superintendent's recommendation not to change Jean Ribaud. By your action, you have approved the superintendent's recommendation not to rename Jean Ribaud High School 7-0. That brings us to the end of our discussion agenda. Congratulations, board members. We are now on to board member travel. That the Duval County School Board approve and confirm the travel listed below for the official business of the district and that it complies with the rules of the State Board of Education. That the Duval County School Board approve all sitting members of the board to travel to Tallahassee for legislative purposes from July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2022. Travel is not expected to exceed $500 per board member per trip. June 8th through 11th, 2021, Tampa, Florida, FSBA Summer Conference. Vice Chairman Willie, is there anyone from the public who wishes to speak? Is there a motion? Moved by Vice Chairman Willie.
Second.
Seconded by Board Member Jones. Is there any discussion on board member travel? Call for your vote.
Everybody's going to Tampa.
Everybody's going.
No further record? By your action, you have approved board member travel 7-0. Moving on to superintendent travel, that the Duval County School Board approve the following superintendent travel, June 9th through June 11th, Tampa, Florida, FSBA FADS 2021 Annual Summer Conference. I ask for a motion. Moved by Vice Chairman Willie, seconded by Board Member Jones. Any discussion? Seeing none, I call for your vote. By your action, you have approved the superintendent's travel 7-0. Now on to for the record. By 10:09. I'm going to work my way around.
You want to start here?
Board Member Hershey, you've been so
Okay.
quiet. You wanna go-
Graduations have started, and Atlantic Coast graduation was, I think, last week, and it was fabulous. We had a nice breeze across the football field, so Mandarin High, I'm just asking for the same thing Thursday night with no rain. But it was wonderful. It was very exciting, and it was great to be there with students and be able to celebrate. Dr. Green shook everybody's hand. I was not that brave yet. So I just handed out the diplomas. Today I had an opportunity to be at the opening ceremony for the field house at Atlantic Coast in partnership with Project 17 and Brooks Rehab, and I'm going to probably leave somebody else, the Jaguars and others. IKEA put in some beautiful shelving, and I told them I never can put anything together from IKEA, so, but it looked beautiful, and it was great to be there. What's important about this partnership with Project 17 is it puts athletic trainers on all of our campuses for high school, and this is very important. Had an opportunity to participate at Greenland Pines in our partnership with Read USA, and my favorite line of the day was when a young student said, "I always wanted this book, but I never thought I would ever get it." And so just the joy to see students get a book and be excited about that was a real thrill. So thank you, Read USA, and your partnership with Scholastic Books for your book fair. I have a couple other things in June. We're hoping it's June 12th, but again, in partnership with Read USA, I'm looking to host a read and feed at Mandarin Oaks. That date might change, so, but it will be in June. And what will happen is the community members will receive both food and students will receive books. So I'm looking forward to this opportunity. I want to thank in advance Mandarin Oaks Elementary for being willing to participate in this project. And just to end the evening, the only thing I would like to say is a statement I think I made at a workshop earlier when we were talking about this process, and that is, you know, the board works as a body, and while we may disagree at the dais and our votes might not align, we respect the will of the board, and I will honor the will of the board.
Thank you, Board Member Hershey. Board Member Coker.
Sure. The journey to get to this evening has been quite a moment in our city's history. The dialogue it has prompted has both pushed us in our thinking, and it has reminded us of our city's challenging past. While there are those that believe this conversation has been difficult, I believe it has allowed us to learn from one another, and most importantly, to realize that our city is ready for a new chapter where we work together to address issues that we have and that have in the past divided us. I will say I echo the sentiment of my school board member right here to my right, that in the end, you've watched us as a board go out into the public. We have done our due best to listen. We have worked collectively with one another, and we will move forward on behalf of children. I do want to ask this, though. As we start this new chapter, I want to ask everyone that has been involved in this dialogue concerning school name changes to take a deep breath and redirect the passion you felt over this debate into making sure that every child in our city receives the high-quality education they deserve. If you held a sign, you spoke at a community meeting, you sent an email to a board member or a superintendent, or you went to the school to vote or went to a rally, do not pack up your bags and go home. We need you to advocate for our children. The children of our city need the energy that you have to make things possible for them in the future. I want to make sure that I thank Dr. Green for her leadership in this moment. My faith says that you didn't choose this moment, it chose you. Thank you for being here. I also want to make sure that I thank all the principals of the schools involved in this process. I am truly grateful for the leadership that each of you provided during this time. While there are those who will critique some of your actions, know that it is my belief that your leadership as our superintendent or as a principal of one of these schools was necessary at this time in our school district's history. Now, while the renaming of schools has garnered so much of our attention these last few months, as a school district, we should not lose sight that we have a lot to celebrate. Starting last week and continuing through the start of next week, we will graduate over 7,000 seniors from our district high schools. Many of these students have been with Duval County Public Schools since kindergarten. We are all they know, and we are getting ready to send them out. While some of them will stay in Jacksonville and enter our workforce, hopefully with a little career and technical education on behalf of the board member to my left, others of them will attend local universities, and others will head off to colleges across our country. We also have graduates who have made the admirable choice to serve in one of the branches of our military, and we appreciate that. To each of these graduates and their family, I wish them the very, very best as they start this next chapter of their lives. And for the many teachers and principals who got them to this moment, kudos to you. I congratulate you on your hard work, and I feel grateful to be serving alongside of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Coker. Board Member Joyce.
I am glad we are at this point. This has been a very long, emotional, and draining process. You know, I want to go on the record as saying that there was a lot of talk about the caliber of man, whether they were worthy or they were not worthy, or they were good or they were bad, or were whatever. And I want to be honest with you. I don't believe that Robert Ely was worthy. I don't believe that any of these men were worthy. They were all sinners, and they were born depraved, and they needed a Savior. The Bible says that you can drink of the well, you can keep coming back with another name change. You can keep coming back, and we're going to keep doing it. But that's not going to heal our land, and that is not going to satisfy the flesh. This world does need, our city needs it, and our country needs it, a spiritual revival. Jesus Christ is the answer. He's the answer. He is what heals broken hearts, and he is what mends hard feelings. And I'm just going to say that I appreciate the board and everything that you have done, but that is my perspective, that this problem is bigger than a name change. It's a heart issue. And again, you can keep going back to the well, but Jesus Christ said, I am the living water.
Thank you, Board Member Joyce. Board Member Pearson.
I want to say thank you to the DCPS police for providing support and security not only to the board members and the staff, but also to the community members throughout the name change process. I know that you have logged a lot of extra hours, and I really, really appreciate your presence and your diligence in what you've done through this. So thank you. I also want to say thank you to Read USA for giving 3 books to each student in DCPS elementary schools. Thank you to Hogan Spring Glen and Southside Estates elementary schools for allowing me to come in and be a volunteer at their book fairs. It was tons of fun to watch students pick their own books, and I think so dignified to have a giveaway in the form of a book fair so that students could pick 3 books from a shelf, go to a cash register and check out, and that was for inventory, we know, but still check out, and then have their books. And then I got to write their names in their books. So those were their books that wouldn't get confused with anyone else's. And what I witnessed time and time again was students sitting on the floor, looking through books, talking and saying, oh, look, all three of us got the same book. And I'm thinking, have a book club. But it was really, really fun, and so appreciate Read USA doing that for our students. I have attended Alden Road and Douglas Anderson graduations. I have Sandalwood, Inglewood, and Wolfson. I echo Board Member Hershey that I am praying for nice weather and no rain. Sandalwood's going to be a really long one. And but I want to say congratulations to the class of 2021. You have had a most unusual senior year and into your junior year as well. And in the words, echoing the words of most moms, I think, stay safe this summer and make good choices. You have a lot of life left to live and you have things to do. Make good choices this summer. Get to what your next is going to be. And lastly, the last day of school is Thursday, but we have heard that we have a record number of students attending summer learning this year. So I want to say to the faculty, administration, all involved in schools who will be involved in hosting summer programs on their campuses, thank you for keeping the lights on, and I mean that both literally and figuratively. Many of us are looking forward to a little break and a little downtime, and the reality is we have a lot of our staff who won't get that break to reset their buildings. They will be busy this summer helping kids, and I want to say a big thank you to them for keeping going through the summer so that our kids can work on learning, making up learning loss and being ready to start the next school year successfully.
Thank you, Board Member Pearson. Board Member Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me just say that I want to thank each of you. I know it wasn't easy. Those kind of issues never are. And I appreciate what you did tonight. We made history. I think we changed the city for the better. It will take time. The sun will rise tomorrow. People will move on with their lives and things will be better. I think